Tradoon.
Ontogeny.
Tradoon. Tradoon. present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs. In at number 8, we have the Tradoon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Tradoon.
When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Tradoon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Tradoon.
Well, well, well. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. Happy Tuesday to you. Or whatever day it may happen to be where you are. Whether you're watching live right now, and hello, chat. I got something on my nose or in my eye or something. There we go, that's better. Whether you're watching live right now, hello, chat. Hope you're doing well. Or whether you're watching later on in a VOD or on YouTube. It is great to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. If it's your first time here, or if it's your 1000th time here, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaurs in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. I broadcast 5 days a week here on Twitch. This is actually my full-time job, if you can believe that. This is actually how I make my living. But when I'm not here in my office, I'm out digging up fossils across the American West, working with various museums, digging up dinosaurs. And of course, I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and here on Twitch, I get to make a living and also kind of do my solemn duty as a scientist to reach out to the public at the same time.
Today, because by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Smorphosaurus.
That's almost a whole year.
It is literally almost a whole year, Smorphosaurus. For once, that is true. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate that, Smorph. Thank you. You're reminding me, I've got to update our sub goal for the day. So let's do that. Tuesday, Science Outreach. Sub goal. Beautiful. And that'll have me on track to be able to pay bills, buy extravagant things like food to eat. Scientists are human. It's true. We need things like food and water to survive. I sure wish that, you know, granting bodies and universities would understand this, you know, that we can't just subsist on, I don't know, on passion alone. We do need food and water. Thank you, Smorphosaurus, for helping feed and water me through your support. Appreciate you, Smurf. Yeah. We do need... I eat a lot of beans. Yeah, Bet Medler and Claire Burr. Yes, indeed. Beans are inexpensive, easy to store, they're packed with protein. They're just wonderful things. Beans, they're good for your heart, etc. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, on today's broadcast, we're going to be going over some of the fossil news that we didn't get to yesterday, and some brand new items also. We're going to talk about preserved dinosaur organs, and the first ever Italian dinosaur, Scipionyx, from Italy. Individual specimen was nicknamed Ciro. It's got kind of an interesting history, but it's got preserved guts in it, which is really cool. We'll be talking about that. We'll be talking about the air sacs and hollows in the vertebrae of sauropodomorph dinosaurs. We'll be talking about the teeth of toothed birds and enteornithines, what it can tell us about their diets. We might talk about Thylacus smilus, this weird saber-toothed marsupial-type critter from long after the dinosaurs. And hopefully today we'll get to that European Spinosaurid as well. News about this has been kind of slowly oozing out, and it is deeply exciting because, holy cow, do we have very little material of Spinosaurids in general. This thing is rumored to be almost as complete as the English Baryonyx holotype, so I'm very excited. We'll be talking about that. It's coming out of Spain. So yeah. Anyway. And Scipionyx is a Carcharodontosaurid, according to Andrea Cow, which, you know, Andrea Cow might have a point there. Yeah. We don't really know where it belongs. Compsognathids in general, like, what are they? It is Scipionyx, a Compsognathid. We'll talk about that in a bit, but let me scroll up and say hello to everybody real quick. Let's do some greetings. And right you are, birds or dinosaurs. Bet Medler, did you really type that out 40 times there? Or is there some sort of something of a glitch in my chat? But, welcome, Bet Medler. Fall Machine, how are you doing? Welcome. Gita Aloha. What's shaking with you? Texas Cryptid. Howdy. Cryolophos has returned to us. Welcome back, Cryolophos. Yeah. Vigilante, did I say hello to you? Welcome, Vigilante. If I didn't, if I did, welcome again. And Claire Burr, what's shaking with you? Man, I could show you here in chat. Oh, it's not showing up. I guess Bet Medler did not type that out several dozen times. There's a glitch in my chat, and there's an identical message. It says, right you are, birds are indeed dinosaurs. There's like 40 of these here in OBS, Bet Medler. It's got to be some sort of glitch. You're not the obnoxious type, Bet Medler. You're really not. Oh yeah. I thought that was a little suspect. Galara Dragon, how are you doing? Welcome. Golganek, thank you for those 100 bits. How did I miss that? Thank you very much, Golganek. Really appreciate that. With the Spinosaurids there. Yes. Brow, how are you doing? Great to have you back. D. Maxwell, I hope things are good with you. Victorious, what's shaking? Eddie Scarin. Tradoon to you also, Eddie Scarin. Scrollin' the Raven, how are you doing? One Pakudonpu. Howdy. Good song. Yeah. Vigilante says, I am not an early mammal. I have ADHD. I'm a chronically late mammal. You're a derived mammal, Vigilante. We'll put it that way. A very modern mammal. Neil, how are you doing? Welcome. Astronomy Show, what's shaking with you? Good to see you. And let's see. Scrolling. Duck Admirer, how are you doing? Welcome back, Duck Admirer. I'm glad you're here. Moosey Fate, thank you for gracing us with your presence. And oh yourself, Moosey Fate. It's good to see you. Raven6766 says hello, everyone, and hello to you, Raven. What's shaking? Good to have you here. Adam Altogether has joined us once again. How are you doing, Adam Altogether? I am glad to see you here in chat. And let's see. Kenna Banana Dial, how are you doing? Dinosaurs are science. Well, they certainly are a gateway into the sciences for so many people. Kenna Banana Dial. I'm glad you're here. Welcome back. Yeah. Just got home from work. Congrats, Raven6766, on getting through another day. Working for the man, and now you're here. Welcome, Raven. It's, again, so wonderful that people show up day in and day out to hang out here. It's such an honor to be able to talk to you about fossils, to be able to share my passion and enthusiasm for these things, and answer your questions and just kind of vibe, you know? It's an honor to be able to broadcast to you, and I don't know. It's pretty amazing. It says we got 85 people watching right now, and that's at the beginning of the stream. Holy cow, we might triple that later on. It shows that there is a real hunger for good science information online, and I don't know. That makes my heart happy as a scientist. I'm really glad you're all here. Jedi Mega Man, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And the U-28, was that a German U-boat during the Second World War, Cryolofos? Not familiar. Yeah. But yeah. Australia number 3 for viewers. Yeah, Roses and Tea. Yes, indeed. And Chris GG60, how are you doing, Chris? Welcome to Paleontologizing. They say kind regards from Germany. Well, danke, Chris GG. And hello from the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area in coastal California. Yeah, although today it is not particularly bright or sunny, I gotta say. Here, let me find you a webcam from near where I am right now. It's, yeah, it is a rainy, windy day. The wind has largely died down, but it is pretty rainy right here today in the San Francisco Bay Area. I live in the East Bay, and this webcam not too far from where I am right now. So yeah. Yeah. Vigilantis is rainy here too, but in England that's normal. Yeah, exactly, right? Here in California, you know, this is what we're used to, you know? Usually looks like this. But, yeah, not today. On a clear day, you can actually see the Golden Gate Bridge off there in the distance, behind those big cargo cranes. But not today. Not today. Yeah. So yeah. And Kenna Banana Dial, I have spent a little bit of time at the tar pits. I did a live stream from there in 2021. You should check it out. Well, you can't check it out because I don't have it online yet, but one of these days I'll put that VOD up on YouTube, and then, yeah, then you can check it out. Anyway, yeah. And Allie J, raining here in Threadbow Valley. That's a cool name, Allie J. Yeah. How are you doing, Allie? It's good to see you. Yeah. Look up U-28 Cryolofos. That's not the. I mean, it wasn't a U-boat that sank the. So, are you talking about the one that sank the ship going from Canada to England with the hadrosaur bones in it? 1936. Yeah, this can't have been it. That was in the First World War. This is something else. Yeah. It was a sea monster sitting by a U-boat? Oh, is this that story they made up about how a U-boat killed a plesiosaur or something? Yeah, it's made up. Oh, goodness. I don't normally do this, Cryolofos, but I know you're new here. Yeah. Oh, boy. Enormous reptilian creature sighted only once briefly. So how did they know that it was a reptile if they sighted it only once briefly? It had 4 limbs, webbed feet, and a long tail and a pointed head. Yeah, sorry. That's the thing, is that people think they see things all the time. But in science, we've got a different standard for evidence, you know? Stories like this might be fun and entertaining, but, like, you know, science has to be what we call reproducible. So, like, I can say that I run an experiment and something amazing happened, but it's not science unless I can repeat that, unless I can do it again, unless, you know, we can demonstrate that this is, like, a real phenomenon, you know? With something like this, you know, it's been a long time since, the First World War. 100 years since then. And yeah. Nothing else like this, so, anyway. Yeah, so I don't know. I really, really wish that we had some sort of giant, you know, giant reptilian creatures like this in the North Atlantic, right? North Atlantic? Yeah. Torpedoed the British steamer Iberian, which was carrying a rich cargo across the North Atlantic. Yeah. Vital explosion which shot a piece of debris, among them a giant aquatic animal, out of the water to a height of approximately 80 feet. I mean, it doesn't really even make sense in the context of, like, submarine warfare. Like, I really do wonder if this was just, like, an elaborate prank that they were pulling. And then, maybe in the original German, it's hilarious, but when it gets translated into other languages, the humor is kind of lost and people take it literally. I don't know. I don't know. But I can tell you I've read a great deal about submarine warfare. And, yeah, this is not... I don't know. It just doesn't really make sense on any level. You know, it's a hoax, but it's still cool? Yeah. It's cool. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we're here to talk about science. I don't want to be... Again, far be it for me to be all... like, well, actually, this isn't real science, so, you know... I'm not trying to be elitist about this, I promise you. Just, there's so much to talk about. So many exciting new fossil discoveries to cover today that I don't want to get sidetracked by stuff like that, if that makes sense. But yeah, and yeah, the basking shark, Kodali, yeah. We will talk about that another time. We did a whole, like, week on the Loch Ness Monster back in October, didn't we, before Halloween? But yeah. We're not going to focus on that right now. What we are going to do is talk about some fossil science. After just a little bit of housekeeping here. Let's see. I recently updated the... What? Hang on. How did that happen? Hang on. Paleontologizing. Let's call it schedule. March 2023. I recently added the April part right here. So that's up and running. If you'd like to look at some interest, I don't know, see if any of these topics interest you in particular, we're going to be talking about Carnotaurus on the 4th. This is actually going to be it's on the anniversary of the description of that animal, the anniversary of its publication. Talking about Brachiosaurus the next day. We've got some Thursday Birds Days. I've got a guest appearance on Melissa in Denial's channel on the 9th, which is a Sunday. All kinds of exciting events and stuff like that you can view on the calendar, and I try and keep this updated as best I can, so you'll know what is coming up when. So yeah. Thanks, Claire, for pulling up the the schedule command there. But yeah. But yeah, anyway. The value is removing misconceptions, so if you do that a little, I think it's okay. All balance. That's what I try to do, Moosey Fate. I try. Hopefully you think I succeed. But appreciate you, Moosey Fate. Yeah. And yeah, Vigilante, there are, anytime that you're dealing with really complex things, like when you're dealing with humans, anthropology, it can be really difficult to reproduce certain results, I suppose, yeah. And Adriana Katarina, how are you doing? Good night or morning? Yeah, it is 2:30 in the afternoon here in beautiful, I was going to say sunny California, but again, it is quite rainy here right now. But yeah. Anywho. And it just turned to snow here. Shoot, Claire. It's not that cold here, thank goodness. Let's go ahead and get into some fossil news here. And we will talk about some of this interesting stuff.
Did you realize that chickens were a lot like little dinosaurs with feathers?
Is that right?
So I read a book called The Dinosaur Chicken Conspiracy. But apparently the poultry farmers don't want us to know anything about it, so they've hushed it up.
Undisclosed Space Frog, thank you so much for the 13 months of support there. Really appreciate it. Thank you for keeping me here online for the past 13 months. That's a long time. Appreciate you, Space Frog. I really, really do. Thank you kindly. Yeah. But yeah, let's see here. And, wait, hang on a minute. Oh, you know, I've seen this before. Astronomy show, yep. Nautilus, what a cool critter. We'll do a Nautilus stream one of these days. Find an excuse to talk about these really cool critters. But yeah, Nautilus not particularly close to ancient ammonites. I know that people often think that they are, but they're really not. Before we get into our first fossil news item, let's play the fossil news sting real quick. Let's do some fossil news. All right, for our first item on fossil news today. This is kind of an interesting marriage between... Not a marriage, this is more a convergence between fossil science and modern zoology, and I guess the confluence, you could call that evolutionary biology in between. But convergent deployment of ancestral functions during the evolution of mammalian flight membranes. This is actually the first that I'm seeing of this, but this sounds really interesting, because I think what we're going to be talking about here is how, even though a bunch of different gliding mammals happen to not be very closely related to each other, they're still kind of using some of the same developmental pathways to make their wing membranes. Here, to help kind of illustrate this, let's take a look at our tree of life real quick. And first, let's look at bats. Chiroptera over here. So now let's zoom in and enhance. And thank you for the hydrates there. Bats. We've got over 1,000 living species of bats. They're one of the most speciose group of mammals. I think they might be second only to rodents. But the wing membranes of bats are not exactly the same as that of other gliding mammals. For instance, the flying squirrel, which is way over here within Rodentia. This is a gliding rodent. Glaucomys volans. Very cool. And yeah, we've got 24 species of flying squirrel. I did not know that. That's really cool. That's really, really cool. Shoot, no, we got at least 26 species, right? 44 species of flying squirrels. Hang on. Yeah, so there's 80 species of squirrel. 44 of them are flying squirrels? I did not know that. I thought there were like 3 species of flying squirrel. That's nuts. Actually, no. Squirrels are more diverse than this. Yeah, okay. Okay, no, there's actually about 275 species of squirrel. That makes a lot more sense. Only a small portion of them are actually flying squirrels. But they're not closely related to another gliding mammal, not closely related at all to the wonderful sugar glider, who is way over here in Marsupialia. They are marsupials. They're much closer to an opossum or a kangaroo than they are to a squirrel. Sugar gliders. Let's take a look at some of these gliding mammals real quick. I'll see if I can find you a good video, and then we'll talk about new findings about how they're kind of all using these basic mammal characteristics they inherited for their ancestors, and they're convergently evolving very similar structures because they're dealing with some of the same building blocks. Oh yeah, yeah. And very different membrane from human gliders. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Flying squirrels versus sugar gliders. Let's take a look. Wait, what? We'll show you who will win in a fight between a sugar glider and a flying squirrel. Oh boy. Well, we're gonna see footage of them side by side.
Fellow snoozers, today we have a battle of epic cuteness. We're gonna see Australia's arboreal marsupial, the sugar glider, go up against the northern flying squirrel of North America. First, we'll take a leap into the details about each of these furry creatures, and then we'll see
that's what we're after.
They fought. So jump on that like
we're not going to watch them
subscribe
fight.
to this channel to see everything that Snooze has to offer. To the trees, snoozers. The sugar glider. Sugar gliders are squirrel-sized arboreal marsupials that inhabit the forests of Australia and New Guinea. They are highly social, living in small colonies or family
Very
groups,
cool.
numbering up to
Wow,
7
did you see
adults
that?
and their
Did you see their
offspring.
eggs? Hey, look.
Social, living in small.
Yeah, look at that. Wow, mother guarding her eggs. Very, very cool, right? No, I'm kidding. That's some kind of fruit or something. They eat all kinds of fruits and things like that. They don't lay eggs. Their young will be tiny little beans when they're born, like a baby sugar glider. Holy cow. Like all baby marsupials, it's just barely even there. Yeah, they'll be like little tiny pink beans when they're first born. Right? Kind of like an opossum, I'm guessing, because they're marsupials. I don't know if we're... Oh, there we go. Yep. That is a newborn sugar glider right there, next to a pushpin. Very cool. Sugar glider... newborns. Yeah. There's the same image again. You get the idea. But yeah, baby marsupials when they're born are just super, super tiny, which is really cool. And weird and kind of gross, but still cool.
Colonies or family groups numbering up to 7 adults and their offspring. Sugar gliders are largely nocturnal and rarely come to the ground, finding both shelter and food in the trees. They grow to be about 8 inches long and on average weigh a little more than 5.5 ounces. Their main distinguishing feature is their gliding membrane, called a patagium, that connects their wrists to their ankles, allowing them to glide from tree to tree.
That is going to be really, really important to this discussion, the patagium. This is the gliding membrane that they have. They evolved this independently from flying squirrels, which means that the common ancestor of flying squirrels and these marsupial sugar gliders did not have a skin membrane for gliding. They each had to develop that independently. And yet there's some striking similarities, and it's probably got something to do with kind of that basic mammalian anatomy. There's just like certain developmental pathways that just work. We'll be talking about that.
Long, flat tail that they use as a runner in flight. These wrist-winged gliders can float on air up to a distance nearly the width of a football field, gliding between 150 and 60 feet at a time.
Pretty
Sugar
cool.
gliders have large black eyes that provide them excellent
Those claws on the wings are once again invaluable.
XF Kirsten, 22 months. Thank you for your ongoing support, Kirsten.
Months. That's almost a whole year.
It is almost a whole year, Kirsten. Thank you. I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you for keeping me here on the air for the past 22 months. Appreciate you very much, Kirsten.
Vision for their nocturnal lifestyle.
Hey, Ditya, how you doing?
They are excellent aviators thanks to their wide field of vision, and they can triangulate distances and glide ratios by bobbing their heads before launch. Once airborne, they steer towards their target by tilting their hands and arms, adjusting the tension in their wings, and using their long, flat, bushy tail as a
That's
rudder.
so cool.
They
That's
are
so cool.
adept at aerial navigation that they can leap out of a tree and catch insects mid-flight. They have semi-prehensile tails, and that while they can't support their weight with their tails, they do use them to carry leaves and other things back to their nests. A healthy adult sugar glider's tail is about 1.5 times the length of their body. They also have useful opposable thumbs on all 4 limbs that help them grab onto branches. That's important if you spend your life in trees. Sugar gliders are opportunistic omnivores, named for their penchant for eating forest sweets like acacia gum, eucalyptus sap, and flower nectar. They also eat insects, spiders, and unfortunately, nestlings of the endangered swift parrot. Territory and members of the group are marked with saliva and a scent produced by separate glands on the forehead and chest of male gliders. Intruders who lack the appropriate scent marking are expelled violently. So these cute little guys have a bit of an edge. Interesting. The flying squirrel. Flying squirrels are known for soaring anywhere from 150 to 500 feet.
Holy
sailing
cow.
from tree to tree to avoid ground.
Wait, hang on. Did he say the gliding distance of the sugar glider in metric and the flying squirrel in like imperial? Which would be really funny. But I guess these guys are North American, right? But yeah. And tactile on the platypus or triceratops. Well, triceratops is a dinosaur. Platypus is not. I'm inclined to do triceratops tactile. But yeah, we can do that. I can do a deep dive on triceratops for certain. And happy as Collie. Holy moly.
Ontogeny.
There you go. Happy as Collie, thank you so much for the 29 months of support. Holy cow. Incredible. Caleb A92, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah, welcome, Caleb. And Collie, holy moly, 29 months. You might be the first person to ever actually set off that particular alert, too. So very nice, Collie. You're one of the OG subscribers. 29 months is a long time, and I appreciate you for it, Collie. I really do. Thanks for keeping me here on the air for this long. Amazing. And some sugar gliders? Yeah, we're talking about them, Collie. We're talking about them. Let's get back to the flying squirrel, and we're going to do a comparison between these two.
Predators. But they actually glide rather than fly. Flying squirrels don't have their own means of propulsion like a bird or bat, but glide using a furry membrane called the patagium. It connects their wrists down to their ankles. When they leap from a tree and spread their limbs, this flap of loose skin forms a square and acts like a hang glider. Flying squirrels were actually the inspiration for the winged glide suits used by extreme sports enthusiasts. There are 50 species of...
Which is actually really interesting, because that's another mammal who has learned to glide. Didn't evolve gliding. You know, not through natural selection, but, you know, developed wingsuits like that. And we've got a generally pretty similar body plan to these mammals. You know, we've got 2 arms, 2 legs. You know, they kind of come out at the same angle as like a squirrel, I suppose. Squirrels can actually, yeah. Anyway, interesting to think about. Interesting to think about.
Squirrel found throughout the world. The northern flying squirrel is one of 3 species found in North America.
Yeah, those tails, though. Yeah, Kirsten.
Coniferous and mixed coniferous forests across...
It does kind of make me wonder if any wingsuit designers or engineers have thought about adding on some kind of a tail, because it's certainly a huge advantage for sugar gliders and for flying squirrels. What about for a wingsuit? What kind of advantage would that give? Although, there are wingsuits that have a means of propulsion, right? They've got like a propeller on them. Like a push propeller on the back. I wonder if that serves a similar aerodynamic purpose. I don't know. I'm not an aeronautical engineer. So yeah. Anyway, back to flying squirrels.
Much of Canada, from Alaska to Nova Scotia, and south to the mountains of North Carolina and west to Utah.
I didn't know they had flying squirrels in Utah.
180-degree turns in midair to evade flying predators like owls. Moving their hands and feet in opposite directions also helps flying squirrels direct their movements, so they land safely on their strong, silent, padded feet. Their long, fluffy tails stabilize their flight, and flipping those tails up helps them put on the brakes. They feed on a variety of plant material as well as tree sap, fungi, insects, carrion, bird eggs, and nestlings. Flying squirrels are comparable in body size to the sugar glider, though they tend to weigh just a bit more and be a little longer. Female flying squirrels can be very territorial, especially if they have young in their nest. Finally, they're super cute, but just imagine them wearing little flight goggles. The fight.
Okay.
A young sugar glider escaped from a pet store in Pennsylvania and made her way into the national forest. There she grew to adulthood, eating the abundant insects, seeds, and nuts found there. But she was lonely. Being the only sugar glider in the wild in North America took its toll on her. As she's gliding through the forest looking for a new nest site, she spots an appropriately sized old woodpecker hole in a tall tree. She launches herself from a nearby tree and deftly lands next to the hole.
Anyway, if you want to hear an account of this fictional fight, then I guess I'll give you the link there. But we are here to actually compare the morphologies of these different animals. And this new paper right here, published in Science Advances just the other day, is open access, no paywall. Let's go ahead and have a look right here. Here's a link to that. Let's get rid of this. There we go. Convergent deployment of ancestral functions during the evolution of mammalian flight membranes. What does that mean? Let me break it down for you. So first off, to understand this, we got to understand convergent evolution. So I'm sure some people in chat are already familiar with this concept, but convergent evolution is basically when two different creatures that don't share a recent common ancestor, they're not closely related, they evolve in a similar direction because they're basically living a similar lifestyle. They're doing a similar kind of job in their environment. I'll give you some examples. There we go. So, let's see here. That's a lovely example right there, actually. Yeah. A shark, a dolphin, a penguin, and an ichthyosaur all have a general overall body plan that's fairly similar. They've got those two big flukes in the front, those two big flippers. They've got kind of a what we would call a fusiform body, almost like tuna fish shaped or torpedo shaped. I've heard that term used too. They're more kind of tuna fish shaped. They could have also had a tuna fish in here, or like maybe a swordfish or a sailfish. They've got an elongate rostrum, so almost like, you know, a pointy nose on the front to help kind of cut through the water more efficiently. And all of them except for the penguin have got a dorsal fin. So yeah. But these critters are like right here. These two critters, shark, ichthyosaur, and dolphin, they did not evolve from the same ancestor. They don't look similar because they're closely related. They look similar because they've evolved similar characteristics, because they're doing similar jobs. Sharks, ichthyosaurs, and dolphins all live or lived in the oceans. They're all relatively fast-moving, sometimes pursuit predators. Like that kind of shark right there, that might be it's not a bull shark. Is it some sort of reef shark? I don't know, but it's got a big old tail. Probably a pretty fast-moving species of shark right there. So yeah, Convergent evolution is when you've got unrelated organisms that develop really similar characteristics, because they're doing a similar kind of job. They've got the same evolutionary pressures kind of pushing down on them, and so they kind of get shaped into similar shapes. Does this make sense? I'm oversimplifying a bit, but hopefully it's getting through. Let me know. It sounds like a start to a joke. Yeah, so a shark, an ichthyosaur, and a dolphin all swim into a bar. Yeah, there you go, astronomy show. Yep. Yeah. And Moosey Fate says, interesting, the bigger part of the tail fin being flipped. Yes. So Moosey Fate with sharks and ichthyosaurs, they swim from side to side like this, but dolphins swim up and down instead. And that's actually a really interesting point, and I think we're going to get into that in the gliding mammals paper, is that when you're a creature, you know, when you're a lineage of animals evolving from generation to generation, you know, every new generation of offspring is a little bit different from their parents. And yeah, natural selection kind of takes out the ones that unfortunately aren't super good at surviving in their environment because of their unique traits. It selects for traits that are good for that particular environment. And as the environment changes, the traits that are advantageous also change. That's the basis of evolution. That's how it works. But the thing is, you're not starting with a blank slate every time. You've got all of this baggage from your ancestors that you've got, you know? That's why ichthyosaurs and dolphins, they breathe air, because they evolved from land-living animals. They've got lungs. Fish don't have lungs. A shark doesn't have lungs. But ichthyosaurs and dolphins, they're lunged animals. Air-breathing. Because they came from the land. So that's the legacy of their ancestors that they have right there. You work with what you've got, and then evolution kind of molds and shapes that throughout successive generations afterward. I don't think ichthyosaurs or dolphins... Ichthyosaurs certainly will never evolve gills, because they're already dead. Ichthyosaur story is, they're no longer evolving. Dolphins and other whales, I don't think they'll ever evolve gills. They're stuck with lungs. It's just baked into their source code, basically. Does that make sense? And also, air-breathing animals like this, they actually have kind of an advantage underwater. Like, yes, they could drown if they don't come up for air, but getting oxygen from the air coming up to breathe actually gives them a much more, like, concentrated supply of oxygen than creatures like sharks can get breathing through gills. You know, it's not super efficient to, like, have to take your oxygen out of the water like that. Yeah, so creatures like whales are actually kind of at an advantage. And that they could just get oxygen straight from the source, and it's much more efficient that way, even if it's a little bit of a hassle. Does that make sense? So yeah. But anyway, you work with what you've got. And in this paper, we're talking about that. Yeah. So, switching gear from swimming creatures to these gliding mammals. Lateral flight membranes, or patagia. That's the, like, gliding membranes of flying squirrels and sugar gliders. They've evolved repeatedly in diverse mammalian lineages. While little is known about patagium development, it's recurrent evolution, so the fact that those gliding membranes have evolved again and again and again may suggest a shared molecular basis. There could be something in kind of the basic mammal DNA code, you know, that we have too. Something like from way back in the Mesozoic with our mammalian ancestors, something that they had that makes it just a little bit easier for wing membranes to develop in the same pattern again and again. By combining transcriptomics, developmental experiments, and mouse transgenics, we demonstrate that the lateral WNT5A expression in the marsupial glider, Petaurus breviceps, that's the sugar glider, promotes the differentiation of its patagium primordium. We further show that this function of that gene reprises ancestral roles in skin morphogenesis, predating mammalian flight, and has been convergently used during patagium evolution in eutherian bats. So holy cow, bats too might be kind of drawing from that same sort of primordial source code here to grievously oversimplify things. Yeah. Moreover, we find that many genes involved in limb development have been redeployed during patagium outgrowth in both the sugar glider and the bat. Together, our findings reveal that deeply conserved genetic toolkits contribute to the evolutionary transition to flight in mammals. That is really, really cool. And so in order to study this, they looked at, oh, there you go. There's tiny little baby sugar gliders. Man, baby marsupials are super tiny. They're basically like, it's like a tiny little fetus that's outside of the mother. That's nuts. They start off like this when they're first born. But by studying how they develop over time, you can kind of trace their evolution, which is really, really cool. And then you can actually look at the genes, too. So this is so neat. They're using multiple lines of evidence to kind of study how this developed. And it turns out that the process in sugar gliders and in bats, I guess, is remarkably similar, which is really, really cool. It, again, points to the common ancestry of these animals. But yeah, shoot, they're pretty far away from each other on the mammal family tree. So it's really neat that this sort of thing would be conserved across tens of millions of years of evolution. Really, really neat. Let me see if I can find you a clip here. Let's see here. Your inner reptile. There we go. I think this should do it. But where was it? And how you doing, Miss Strictian? Welcome back. Howdy, howdy. How are you doing? This is going to be really neat, and it actually deals with little... There we go. Little ancestral... Well, not ancestral. Little fetal marsupials. Let's take a look. There we go. Good stuff. Turn that volume up. Turn closed captions on. This is from the documentary Your Inner Fish. This is part 2, Your Inner Reptile. That's paleontologist Neil Shubin. And is that... What's his name? Broom, I think is his last name?
This
here.
presents us with a simple yet extraordinary puzzle. How did our acute sense of hearing using 3 bones emerge from our reptilian ancestors who used only 1?
This is some
For
cool
nearly
stuff.
2 centuries, scientists...
So this is talking about the little bones in our inner ear. It's the incus, malleus, and stapes. These are these tiny little bones that we have inside our inner ear. They're the smallest bones in the human body. And in mammals... You know, these little bones, they form our inner ear, but in reptiles, those same bones are actually part of the jaw. And so over time, it kind of shifted. So yeah, mammal, inner ear, evolution bones. Can we find a diagram there? Let's see. Yeah, there you go. In a reptile, the squamosal, the quadrate, and the articular are bones in the skull or bones in the jaw. And then in mammals, those actually get shunted up. Here, I'll try and find you a better diagram here. They get shunted up and become the bones in the inner ear. So the bones that you're using to listen to me right now, to listen to my voice broadcasting to you across Twitch, you with your wonderful mammalian ears, those bones in your inner ear, in our distant ancestors, those were actually part of the lower jaw. And they got slowly... kind of shunted up over the course of evolution and became part of the inner ear. I wonder if... Here, they... Oh, shoot, he talks about that right here. Take a look. And this is a brief detour because we're going to be talking about development of these animals and how studying their development, how studying how you go from a tiny little, baby marsupial that looks like a little pink bean into an adult, studying that transition can help us understand the evolutionary transitions that happened so long ago. Take a look.
The hearing anatomy of mammals is unique. You won't find ear flaps on any reptile. Our ears are extremely sensitive, allowing us to pick up a wide range of sounds.
Yeah.
From high-pitched squeaks to low-distance calls.
Okay.
And the secret of their incredible sensitivity lies in the tiniest bones in our body.
Yeah. Look at those. Those are life-size.
Bones of our middle ear.
Holy
All
cow.
mammals, including people, have these 3 bones that sit inside the skull.
Very
What they do
cool.
is they form a little lever system that turns the vibration of air into sound that our nervous system can perceive. We, like all mammals, have 3 of these bones in our middle ear, but reptiles only have 1.
Yeah.
These 2 extra
Oh, this is so cool. I love this explanation here.
enable us to amplify sounds that reach our eardrum. Which is one reason why our hearing is so much better than reptiles. This presents us with a simple yet extraordinary puzzle. How did our acute sense of hearing using 3 bones emerge from our reptilian ancestors who used only 1? For nearly 2 centuries, scientists have been fascinated by this mystery. And one of them is my former student, Karen Sears.
So these are the gray short-tailed opossum, and they have been used in labs for a few decades and are now becoming a much more popular lab organism.
So this is what we would now call a model organism. And we'll be talking about that when we talk about Triceratops in a little bit for tactile 3D picture. But a model organism is basically like, it's an animal that's frequently used in laboratories because we understand a lot about it. And the more we understand about an animal, the more useful it becomes for science in a lot of ways. So, yeah, classic model organisms are... There we go. Fruit flies and cichlids, various worms and butterflies, squid, critters like that, African clawed frogs, C. elegans, that's a type of worm, I think. Yeah. Danio fishes, cuttlefish. Drosophila is probably the most famous one, though. Drosophila as a model organism. Fruit flies like this. Probably heard of geneticists performing experiments on fruit flies, performing experiments with fruit flies. That's a model organism. There are some paleontologists who want to make Triceratops into a model organism for dinosaurs. We'll be talking about that in a little bit. But yeah, here we've got this little possum, native to Australia, I believe. Shout out to all the Australians in chat. But yeah, very important critter.
They're very cute. So the opossums, like other marsupial mammals, the mother gives birth very early compared to what we would call placental mammals, things like us, like mice, like dogs. These guys, you know, they're a month and a half old, they're pretty big. When they're born, they crawl up here and attach.
So watch this, look.
And they're only
Those, I recognize this might be kind of gross, but like, try and appreciate how cool and weird this is. Marsupials are like this. Those are the babies right there. Those are baby possums. And there are so many of them, I know, right? Yeah. Scat says, that's not a possum, this is a possum. Yeah. And Pendrake says, don't you need to be a living example for a critter to be a model organism? That's a great question, Pendrake. Yeah. And Cryolophos says, why does Massachusetts have so much high... You're getting a good education, Cryolophos. Don't complain. That's awesome. Good for you. Yeah. Yeah, anyway, baby possums. Look at that. These are like almost... They're probably a few days old, maybe. But they are almost at an embryonic stage of development, as the closed captions here. I apologize, the closed captions, the timing is a little bit off for them. But, yeah, anyway, pretty nuts. So this is what the adult looks like, or at least a young adult. This is a young possum. But yeah.
They're marsupial mammals. The mother gives birth very early compared to what we would call placental mammals.
Yeah.
Like us, like mice, like dogs. So these guys, you know, they're a month and a half old, they're pretty big.
Ontogeny.
When they're born.
So yeah, that's a month and a half old right there, but look how small they are when they're born again.
They crawl up here and attach to these nipples.
Extraordinary ontogeny, Curtis Pucka.
And they're only a few millimeters in length at that.
Look at that. That's nuts. Those are the babies.
Almost at an embryonic stage of development. About the equivalent of a human embryo at about 40 days of development. So they don't really have hind limbs. They
look at that.
They can't hear.
It's just a little fleshy bean.
At that point.
It doesn't even have like a mouth. It's just got a hole in the front of its head. I mean, crazy, right? It doesn't have external eyes yet. Doesn't have hind limbs. It's just a little bean with like two little semi-grabby arms right there. That's nuts, right? This is a newborn possum. This is outside of the womb. This is not an embryo inside the mother. This is what they look like when they're born. Crazy, right? That's marsupials for you.
These opossums are born just 2 weeks after mating.
Yeah.
Karen can see how their ear bones form at each stage of development from early embryo to adult.
Very, very cool.
In order to find the bones, she euthanizes the opossums.
Then uses dermestid beetle larvae.
And uses flesh-eating beetle larvae to strip away the tissue and leave bare bones. These dermestid beetles are used by labs and museums the world over.
I've used dermestid beetles before.
It takes about 24 hours for them to complete their work.
But they leave this beautiful, clean bone there that you can study.
Karen is then left with a series of skulls through which she can trace the development of the middle ear bones from embryo to adult.
Very interesting. This is really cool, what we call basic research in science. So, like, this is not applied research where somebody's trying to cure cancer or develop, you know, an important pharmaceutical cure for ice cream headaches that pharmaceutical companies can later profit off of for billions of dollars. No, this is really basic level research, just curiosity-driven research that's like, how do these animals change as they develop? It starts with a normal, curious question like that, and then remarkable discoveries can result. But you don't always know what you're going to learn until you run the experiments and until you actually dive into the work. You know? Who knows what insights will come out of this? I'm sure there have already been a great number of insights that have come out of this, but this is why basic science research is so important. You know, this by itself is not going to cure cancer, but it will help us understand what we call evo-devo, evolutionary development. And who knows, maybe years in the future, these basic findings will help contribute to curing some disease or something like that. But you can't start there. You got to start off with the basic curiosity-driven research, you know? So yeah, Vegainer Owl, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And thank you, John Ray 124 for the follow also. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah. Vigilante says, this is why I'm donating my body to science. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's always unpleasant to think about what'll happen to, you know, what'll happen to my carcass after I die. But if I donate my body to science, it'll probably be used in a medical school, in a teaching lab. You'll be teaching people after you're dead. People who will later go on to help other people and help prevent other people from becoming dead too early. So, you know, it's a very generous thing to do, to donate your body to science. So, kudos to you, Vigilante. Yeah. Yeah. But I hope you get many, many more decades of use out of your body before you donate it to science. Yeah. It might help people born without earbuds. There you go, Pendrake. Yeah. Yeah, this kind of research, who knows? you never really know what kind of findings will result from basic scientific research like this, but yeah, it's essential stuff.
What the skulls reveal is astonishing.
Very cool.
What's really surprising is if you look at these early opossum embryos, what you see is essentially a reptilian style ear with one ear bone. Those two extra middle.
So this is super, super cool. So when it's first born, you know, when it just looks like that tiny little bean like that, when the whole body looks like a little bean, let alone the skull, you've got those 3 bones that are separated right there, and they're actually like, you know, part of the jaw, basically. The way that these animals develop, it's like through their development, through the development of one little baby possum, from a tiny little bean to like a full-on possum, throughout its lifespan like that, throughout its ontogeny, it's kind of retracing those evolutionary steps. It's like you can see the history of evolution in the way that it develops. This is so cool.
Little ear bones, they're going to be in the ear, in the adult. They are part of the jaw.
Ontogeny.
And so the jaw joint between the skull and the jaw really looks like that of a reptile.
Yeah.
Then after they're born and while they're growing up, those little bones that are going to be the mammalian middle ear disconnect from the jaw. They get relatively smaller and move up to their final position to become a mammal.
Super cool. Holy cow.
So if you have modern reptiles with one
Amazing.
ear bone, you have modern mammals with 3 ear bones. I think what the embryos do is they almost
John Ray,
link between
you
those
got
two.
it. Yeah. Again, this is that classic phrase, phylogeny recapitulates, or ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny. Yeah, or in this case, maybe phylogeny recapitulates ontogeny. It could go either way. But yeah. Usually ontogeny in the phrase comes first. But yeah. So basically, ontogeny, the changes that an organism undergoes as it grows and develops on an individual scale. One little critter, as it grows from an embryo to an adult, it's undergoing all these changes that kind of reflect the changes that happened millions of years ago in its ancestors. You know? You've all heard that, like, humans go through a developmental stage in which we have a tail. You know? Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, let's see here. Come on now. Yeah, ignore the Shutterstock watermark, but yeah. At a similar stage in development, a fish, a reptile, a bird, and a human. You know, humans, we've got a tail at a certain point, and that reflects our ancestry, you know? Because our ancestors had tails. The further back you trace development, the more all these embryos look similar to each other, you know? So yeah, it's kind of reflected here too. Really cool stuff.
From that time they're born through their adults, they almost go through 300 million years of evolution in terms of their ears.
Very cool. Very, very cool.
How do we know that the bones we used to hear with came from the bones reptiles used to eat with?
Well, this amazing transition we see in development from jaw bones to ear bones, we also see in the fossil record. And we see it fossils from here in South Africa. And if we look at some of these primitive mammal-like reptiles, we see something in the lower jaw that's very different from us. Because what it has is one bone here which carries the teeth.
Yep,
and then
that's
there's
the
a bunch of
mandible.
other bones that are sort of moderately sized that sit at the back of the jaw. They form the jaw joint itself.
Yep.
As you go forward in time, what you start to see are creatures like this. Which have a larger bone.
Big old mandible.
Teeth, and ever smaller bones at the back of the jaw that form the jaw joint. Then we hit a point.
When you get to animals that lived around 200 million years ago, more recent in the fossil record, you find that they have formed a completely new jaw joint.
Very cool. Yeah.
That's because the bone that holds the teeth had grown so large, it made contact with the skull.
Yep.
So over millions of years, bones that formed the old jaw joint began to shrink, and eventually became redundant.
Very cool stuff.
Instead of being lost altogether, these old jaw bones were repurposed to take up a new role.
Yep, to become the inner ear bones. Yeah. Does that make sense? Very cool stuff.
Finding out when that transition took place is difficult because the tiny ear bones sit loose in the skull and they are rarely found with the rest of the body. But recently, a fascinating discovery was made in another part of the world.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to get into Hadrocodium, aren't we? Ah, good stuff.
One of the leading scientists involved in the study is my colleague, Zeshi Lo, who works in a lab next door to mine. So Lo is a fabulous anatomist. Here's a guy who knows the anatomy of the teeth, the anatomy of the jaws, the anatomy of the ears.
These are 3D printed, by the way. Actually, maybe before they had 3D print. This is more like rapid prototyped back in the day, because this is a while ago, before 3D printing was common. Yeah, before people like me had 3D printers in their offices they could use to make stuff like this. This is much longer ago. But so this originally would be like that big, but it's been embiggened in the computer and then printed at a larger scale.
Of reptiles and mammals as well as
you got to do that for critters like this that are so small.
Furthermore, he's able to work with really tiny specimens.
Really tiny. Yeah.
When the fossil was first spotted in the field, my friend thought it's just a pebble. He picked it up and he realized there were bones in that
It's
pebble.
a skull.
It's a fossil.
It's like the size of a grain of rice, basically.
After more detailed
long grain rice.
We know that it's actually a mammal skull.
Yeah.
And it's related to the origin of all mammals.
Very cool.
They named it Hadrocodium.
And there you go, Canna Banana. Yeah.
Using a 3D printer, Lo built an enlarged replica of its tiny skull.
Look at that.
The teeth had cusps like other mammals.
Yep.
But it's the lower jaw that really stood out.
Gimplake says, if you find Hadrocodium in the wild, you should dispose of it at a pharmacy. Yeah, do not ingest Hadrocodium.
The jaw joint looked remarkably like modern mammals.
Yeah, and this was it on the. I love this cover of the journal Science right here. This is a stroke of genius. Just wonderful graphic design, where it's mostly blank, and then it's just right here. I think I could probably find you here. Where was that? Shoot. Yeah, I'm not seeing a. But yeah, anyway, there's Hadrocodium right there. That's the skull. This is a, typical Mesozoic mammal right here. No, it's small even for a Mesozoic mammal. This critter it's not a big animal. It's really, really not. But yeah, really important to understand though. Holy cow. Oh yeah. Yeah, and how you doing, Nell? Welcome back.
That the old reptilian jawbones were no longer being used to eat with. They had become part of the ear.
So Hadrocodium is from the early Jurassic period, I think.
Inside of the jaw, there are structures to hold the ear bone. This shows us Hadrocodium's ear bones are still attached to the jaw.
But the attachment was minimal. Hadrocodium's ear bones were on their way to being completely separate.
Huh. Oh. Whoa.
So this 195-million-year-old creature, no bigger than a paperclip, had taken a big step towards the kind of hearing we have today.
Pretty cool.
Along with its specialized teeth and fur coat, Hadrocodium is regarded as one of the earliest mammals. And there was a final surprise.
I wonder...
Another important mammalian feature inside its skull.
Oh, it's got a big old brain. That's where its name comes from. Hadrocodium means big brain.
The early mammals' brain were a lot smaller, but Hadrocodium really surprised us. Has a huge brain. In fact, its brain is 50% bigger relative to its body mass than anything before it.
That's impressive.
That's
it really
why
is.
We call the fossil Hadrocodium. It means it got a great big brain.
Yeah. Hadro meaning large, codium I guess meaning brain. But yeah, pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. Here, I'll give you a link to this if you want to watch the whole episode. Really, really neat. So, yeah. Yeah. Little Bean, El Bacala, big brain. Hadrocodium. But yeah. He was doing calculus, but its writing was too small to read. Oh, no. No, I mean, it would have been fairly intelligent for an early mammal, certainly. Yeah. Maybe exhibited complex behaviors. It's hard to say. But yeah. Anyway, talking about the development of these mammals. Getting back to the paper here. Really, really cool stuff. I mean, I guess I was showing you those to kind of hammer home the importance of evolutionary development studies. And, yeah. This is a really cool area in which, like, lab bench biology intersects with paleontology. Where we've got this, what Edward Wilson would call consilience between these two fields. You've got them kind of meeting in the middle and offering insights about the development of these creatures and their evolution. Very, very cool stuff. Very, very cool stuff. So again, here's that paper right there if you'd like to read more about that. But it turns out that the wing membranes of sugar gliders and bats, despite being on opposite sides of the mammal family tree, they've got some similar developmental pathways. Like, there's something that's kind of just there in the mammal source code, I guess, where they're able to draw from these... I'm grievously oversimplifying here. But they can kind of take the same bits of source code and then make wings, whether it's the wings of a sugar glider or whether it's the wings of a bat. Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. And it's a little bit over my head. I don't know a whole lot about Evo Devo. So, yeah. Yeah. But pretty neat. And I think we can go ahead and cross that one off of our list. And Vigilantis says, small mammals aren't given enough credit for their smarts. Rats are remarkably clever little creatures. They really are. I think that's actually true for a lot of animals. Like, a lot of animals, their intelligence gets underestimated. Yeah. Shoot. There was a study that just came out a little while ago that looked at some kind of small fish. They weren't minnows, but they may have been zebra danio or something like that. You know, really little small laboratory fishes. Very commonly used in laboratories. And it turns out they can, like, recognize photographs of themselves, like, on an individual basis. So they've got some degree of self-awareness, which is nuts to think about. You know, considering that a lot of fishes might be far more intelligent than you're used to thinking of them as, it's like, it's a shame what people do to fishes. We ought to treat them with more kindness, you know? Yeah. What about the wings of a griffin? Those are usually stapled on, I think, Scout. Yeah, or duct taped. I think they've got a different origin point. But yeah, yeah. Now let's talk about a different group of animals entirely. A certain group of theropod dinosaurs. What we call enantiornithines. toothed birds. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, and NBs and everybody else, birds used to have teeth. It makes a lot of sense when you consider that birds evolved from theropod dinosaurs. They're evolving from ancestors with teeth, ancestors that would have looked a lot like Velociraptor or Troodon. And certain groups of birds held onto those teeth for longer than others. But in antiornithine birds like this, I think that might come from the same root word as like enano in Espanol, meaning like little person. And antiornithine I think might mean like dwarf bird or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. And ducks have teeth. Ducks don't have teeth, Vigilanta. Yeah, not true teeth. Here, let me show you. Yeah. So outside of Photoshop depictions, ducks don't actually have teeth. Nor do they have kissy lips like that. Or like this. What? Why are there 2 of these? 3 of these. What? Anyway. So yeah, they do have sometimes like ridges on the inside of their beak, but they don't actually have socketed teeth. They don't have teeth that fit in sockets, teeth that grow out with roots and everything. It's just, sometimes they've got like kind of serrations on their beak. Geese famously have got these kind of scary looking things like keratinized spines on their tongues and also in their beaks, but those are not teeth, you know? They're not socketed teeth that they can be shed and regrown and stuff like that, you know? They don't have dentine or anything like that. Yeah, they're basically like keratinized parts. It's basically part of the beak, if that makes sense. And big, beautiful blue eyes. There you go, Scout. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And they do certainly bite like them. Yes, absolutely, Vigilanta. I would not recommend getting bitten by a goose. You know? Yeah. Oh boy. Anybody who says that feathered dinosaurs are not scary and thus shouldn't be in movies, it's like, have you ever been chased by a goose before? Let alone a rhea or an emu or a cassowary. Shoot. But anyway, yeah. And El Bacalases reminds me of Pelagornis' fake teeth. Yes, indeed. Yeah. We'll talk about that in a little bit, I think. Because once birds lost teeth, they never came back. Except with things like pseudo teeth. But here's the paper that's prompting my coverage of this today. Reconstructing the dietary habits and trophic patterns of the Longipteridae using neontological and comparative morphological methods. Which is going to be cool. Here, let me download that. Copy link address so I can post that into the chat. There you go. Yeah, and they're called lamellae. Interesting, Vigilante. That does make sense. Yeah. They're losing their teeth like my grandpa. Well, a little bit. Well, not quite. I know you're being facetious, Oblakala, but yeah. And Kirsten says, got chased by the nesting Canada geese on the dike roads at San Francisco Bay. NWR when I was out on a run once. Yep. They could be very territorial. You know, that's the thing. That's the thing, is that birds, especially birds that live on the ground for the most part, birds that hang out a lot on the ground, birds that are large, today they're living in a world full of mean mammals, so, you know, they gotta get tough. Street birds they're tough customers. They have to be. Because, you know, the ground is a rough neighborhood. They've got to be able to hold their own against coyotes and bears and lions and etc. And people, you know? So they've got to have some attitude. If they didn't, they wouldn't be around for very long. So, yeah. And, yep, Canada geese, Trek Nerd, yeah. Anyway. We need to play Untitled Goose Game. I did play that briefly once with iOS, Kirsten. It was a lot of fun. It took me a long time to figure out, and I thought it was going to be like a quick, like, 20-minute game. Turns out, no. I think the end game for that is you basically take over the world as this goose. But it starts with, like, stealing a guy's keys. Or something. Anyway. Yeah, the Longipteridae are a unique clade among the Inanterornithians, and they exhibit elongate rostra. So they got a long snout with dentition restricted to the distal tip of the rostrum. So they've got teeth, but they've only got teeth at the front of their beak. What? What a weird animal. Let's take a look. Longipteryx. Yeah. Look at this doofy bird. He's just got kind of, you know, these doofy teeth right in the front of its mouth. Yuck, yuck. Longipteryx. Cool bird. Look at that. Yeah. Very, very neat. Very neat indeed. And there's a rough drawing of a skull right there. And you can, oop. And you can see those like little doofy teeth right there in the front. Yeah. Many extant bird groups exhibit rostral elongation, which is associated with several disparate ecologies and diets. Aerial insectivory, piscivory, that's eating fishes, like my spinosaurs, or terrestrial carnivory. The presence of a rostral elongation and Longipteridae only somewhat refines trophic predictions of this clade. So in trying to figure out what these birds were eating, like what in the world do you need a snout like that for? Like, what's the deal? Is this from, oh, this is from last year. Anyway, if you got a snout like that, what are you using it for? Let's take a look. Anatomical morphologies do not function singularly, but as part of a whole, and thus any dietary or ecological hypothesis related to this clade must also consider features such as their unique dentition. The only extant group of dentulous volant tetrapods are chiropterans, bats, in which tooth morphology and enamel thickness vary depending on food preference. So drawing inference from both avian bill proportions and variations in the dental morphology of extinct and extant taxa. This is right up my alley. This is so cool. So they're looking at modern animals, and they're looking at their anatomy. They're looking at the beak lengths and thicknesses of different birds today. And since we can study what modern birds eat, what these different types of birds with different types of beaks eat, we can use some of that information to predict what these guys may have been eating. Very cool. So they provide quantitative data. They've got numbers that support the hypothesis that Longipteryx and its relatives were animalivorous. They ate animals with greater support for insectivory. So a lot of those animals, probably insects there. Very, very cool. And look at this little bird with those teeth. Oh, man. We could have saved this for Thursday Birds Day, but what a beautiful skull right there. Holy cow. And look at those toofs. Look at those toofs. Very nice. They're really odd looking. They're so flat from side to side like that. That's really cool. Yeah. Oh. Very cool. Yeah. And a life reconstruction of what this bird would look like. I love that bird eye. It's lovely. Open your bird eye, man. There you go.
Hey, there's a thought. You could hire a dinosaur to put a swimming pool in your backyard. All you'd have to do is show up for 5 minutes, whop, instant swimming pool.
I guess.
Paleontologist, if that's a word even.
Paleontologize. What do you mean, Orchestran? It's the name of the channel. Orchestran, thank you for the 13 months of support. I really appreciate that, Orchestran. I really, really do. Thank you. Thank you. Good stuff. Thanks for keeping me here online for the past 13 months. Really appreciate that. Yeah. 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 And I wish we still had these birds too, Golganek. Absolutely. Yeah. Roland Elliart, how are you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Yeah. Yeah. This guy's called Rapixavis Panai. Rapixavis. Does that mean like ravisher bird or something? Rapacious bird? It's a cool name. But yeah, very cool stuff. And so they ran various methods on this. They didn't do FEA, they did morphometrics, right? Yeah, geometric morphometric analysis. Well-preserved lateral two-dimensional 2D morphometric comparisons with extinct and extant taxa. So basically, they can just compare the shapes of these teeth to those of extinct and extant birds. And this is really, really neat. You get these kind of cluster diagrams like this. Very, very cool. This is very, like, quantitative stuff. I'm a little bit wary of quantitative approaches to morphology in extinct animals because, I don't know, sometimes I think they kind of miss the forest for the trees. But, this looks like it's cool stuff. It really does. So, really, really neat. Let's see if there's a popular write-up about this yet. There better be, because this is a cool study. Let's see. Nothing? Really? You're kidding me. That would be a dirty shame if, Here, let's search Longipteridae. Let's see if that shows up on good old Google News. Nothing. What's up with this? Why is this not in the news? This team published a really cool paper. Why did they not... I don't know. Maybe it's the journal. Maybe PeerJ dropped the ball. But, yeah, I don't know. Anywho. Yeah. Time for you to write one then, Pendrake. I'm not... I'm not a writer for, you know, news sites. I do this. But anyway. Hopefully within the next few days, there will be an article coming out in Insider Magazine that I was contacted by a journalist who wanted a paleontologist to talk about the film 65 and its portrayal of dinosaurs. So we did a phone interview, and she was wonderful. I'm looking forward to that coming out, and I will definitely share that with you when it does. But I haven't heard anything about that yet. Let me double check real quick, actually. Email. See if go. Two-factor authentication. Oh, now. Come on. Let's see. Nope, nothing. Yeah. Offered to appropriate publications get paid? Get question mark, question mark, question mark. Next up, profit. No, we don't, scientists don't get paid for doing stuff like this. We just don't. That's the thing, is that as scientists, you know, we're kind of expected to work for free oftentimes because we get to do what we love, you know? Which is often deeply unfair because we're doing tons and tons and tons of work and we're not getting paid for it at all sometimes. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Many jobs that people do passionately are unpaid, which is... Yeah. Yeah. There's a book about this, actually. Called do what you love, and other lies about success and happiness, which I would recommend to anybody who's kind of intrigued by this idea. But yeah, shoot. The people who own things, you know, kind of like the ownership class, love to exploit people who are passionate about things. Who are passionate about things other than just making money, you know? And then they make money off of us. So, it's a good book to check out, you know? But yeah. Pendrick says, writers do get paid. Sometimes it's a pittance, but still, I mean, shoot, when I was talking with, well, shoot, I'm not going to dead name them. What's their name now? I forget. Anyway, I was talking with a writer a long time ago who had written some articles for, like, major publications about fossils and, you know, about paleontology. And it's like major news websites, like major online news magazines. And this writer was getting paid like $50 per article. To write really good stuff. Like, it was well written. Like, a long article, too. It was probably, what, a couple thousand words? Yeah. So anyway, yeah. Yeah, and musicians often don't get paid properly either. Yeah, Orchestran. It's all too easy to exploit passionate people, unfortunately. Like, capitalists love doing that. So, check out that book if you're interested. Claire, thank you for... Is it on Thrift Books already? Wow. Oh, holy cow. Somebody get this hardcover for $4.69. I might buy this right now, actually. Shoot. Yeah, sorry, everybody. I'm going to pick this up. Yeah, add to cart. We got right there. There we go. This is less than I paid for it paperback on Amazon, and then I can give the copy to somebody else. Good stuff. I'm buying this right now. Yeah. Let's do it. Right there. Order review. There we go. Cool. Thank you for pulling up that link, Claire. I appreciate you. I really do. And wow, my total comes to $6.66. That's not a bad omen for the future of passionate people in the marketplace. The marketplace. Oh boy. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, paying it forward. Yeah, Orchestran. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your support, Orchestran. What were we talking about? Anantiornithian birds. Yeah, it's a shame that this isn't hasn't really made the news yet, because it's interesting stuff, but maybe the authors just... Well, I know Jingmei O'Connor likes to do stuff for media. It's... yeah. Anyway. It'd be nice to see this actually get some wider coverage. But anyway, Anantiornithian birds. There was a time, actually, when the phrase birds with teeth was actually used as, like, an anti-science chant by reactionary members of the U.S. public, by, like, conservative politicians and stuff. They thought that that was, like, a real dunk. Let me, oh, not here. I think it's in here. In the book The Bone Hunter's Revenge by David Rains Wallace. Let me see if it pops up in the index, and if it doesn't, then we will continue on with another topic. But birds with teeth was it was like a rallying cry for people who wanted to defund science, and they were very successful at doing so. They gutted U.S. science funding, especially funding for paleontology. But yeah. Let's see, let me look up Ichthyornis maybe, because that might also lead, Ichthyornis is one of those birds with teeth in question. It's not in here. It's distressing when there's an index that's very incomplete. And it's like, how in the world? That's a proper noun. How is it not in there? And it's not in there. But yeah. Losing teeth comes with a bill, says Andy then did. I mean, it kind of does. I bet you I can find you a cool video about that. I think PBS Eons did a video on bird teeth. Yeah. When birds had teeth.
It turned out.
Yeah. No, stop. Here we go. This is some good stuff. Check it out. These videos have really grown on me.
A man working
gotten a lot
in a
better.
Bavarian quarry discovered a fossil that would change the way we think about birds. The fossil was of a single beautiful feather exquisitely preserved in limestone from the Jurassic. But the feather turned out to belong to an animal that was unlike any other bird humans had ever seen. Nearby, the remains were found of Archaeopteryx, a creature.
Oh, and man, this is beautiful that we're talking about this right now, because tomorrow we're going to be talking about a creature that I do not want you to get mixed up with this creature. They unfortunately have similar names, Archaeopteryx and, oh boy, the dreaded Archaeoraptor, which is not actually a real animal. It was a chimera. And that is right here. We're going to be talking about Archaeoraptor and the danger of commercial fossil specimens on tomorrow's stream. So, Archaeoraptor, not a real animal. Archaeopteryx, very much a real animal, and we've known about it for a long time. It's very unfortunate that members of the public often get these names mixed up. You'll hear a creationist go, oh yeah, well everyone knows that Archaeopteryx was a hoax and a fake. It's like, no, you're talking about Archaeoraptor. Archaeopteryx, oh my goodness, it's very different. The fake bean, there you go, Bacala. Yes, indeed. But yeah. And Nell says, besides fossil plants, how can we find out what sort of environments were back in a specific epoch? The plants are the biggest clue, but we can get clues from ancient isotopes, from the types of sediment that we find in a given area. We can look at the different types of rock, you know. Is there a lot of water in this environment? Does these rocks represent a lake or a river, or is it a dry sand dune, or what is this? There's a bunch of different ways now. There's a bunch of different ways. I could talk for literally days about that. It's like, it's a huge topic in geology. So yeah, the teeth of animals that lived in, there you go, Betmother, yeah. If you're finding crocodiles also, just like the certain kinds of animals you find in a given environment. If you're finding crocodiles in a given environment, that's probably not high tundra or the top of a mountain, you know, if you're finding like crocodiles in that environment. It probably means that this is a fairly warm environment where you've got a lot of water around, you know, stuff like that. There's so many different ways to gain clues about what paleo environments would have looked like, how wet they would have been, how warm they would have been, what kind of creatures lived around there, you know, what kind of plants. It all forms like a nice holistic picture, and every last bit of data is important for that final picture. So yeah. Anyway, it's a great question, Nell, but holy cow, is that you asked an enormous question. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. Oh, and there you go. Yeah, those Ancestral Genes astronomy show. We might talk about that a little bit too. In fact, they might even talk about that in this video.
That by all accounts was bird-like. But it had some very weird features, like a long bony tail and claws on its fingers. It also didn't have the large breastbone of...
What is this Photoshop, too? Shoot, that's not a good Archaeopteryx, and it looks like it's 60 feet tall right here. What? This is a bad Photoshop job. It's just running through this mountain meadow here. Ah!
Of modern birds. And it had teeth. Experts are still arguing over whether Archaeopteryx was a true bird or a Paravian dinosaur or some other kind of dino. But regardless of what side you're on, how did this fascinating bird-like animal relate to today's birds?
We need more artists. There you go.
Emus, you know, that sort of thing. Well, the path from Archaeopteryx to modern birds wasn't a straight line.
There you go, Nell. Yeah.
Clue that this story goes all the way back to what we now call the non-avian dinosaurs. Scientists started to realize that birds actually are dinosaurs not long after Archaeopteryx was discovered in the 1860s and 70s. That's because around the same time as that find, another discovery was made in those same Bavarian quarries. It was the skeleton of a tiny meat-eating dinosaur called Compsognathus. And it was the first more or less complete skeleton of any dinosaur ever found. Compsognathus had a lot of traits that seemed bird-like. It had a curved neck, it stood on 2 legs, and it had 3 main toes.
Probably had feathers, too.
It might have even had hair like feathers. But it was indisputably not a bird. It had very short arms instead of wings, and it had a pelvic bone called a pubis that pointed forward instead of backward as it...
That's a lot of dorsal vertebrae right there. This has got a very long trunk. Or rather, they mounted the arms too far forward. That's what happened here. The arms should be further back. You've got the arms right there like in the cervical series. The arms should be like right here. Its torso looks way too long because they put the arms too far forward.
It does in birds. So Compsognathus was a non-avian dinosaur that looked kind of like a bird. Then in the 1870s, American paleontologist O.C. Marsh described 2 more species that illuminated the transition between dinosaurs and birds.
This is going to be Hesperornis and Ichthyornis. And this is the guy who, when all of those, you know, reactionary politicians and like anti-science people in the US were chanting, "Birds with teeth, birds with teeth," they thought that was like an insult. That like birds with teeth or this frivolity, this like ridiculous notion that these scientists are talking about birds with teeth. You know, defund their work, take away science funding. O.C. Marsh lost his position. He lost his job during that time, and he ended up dying not too long after that. His whole career just kind of came tumbling down, along with that of Edward Drinker Cope. Yeah.
Found in late Cretaceous rocks from Kansas. One was Ichthyornis, which looked pretty much like a seagull, and the other was
Hang on.
One was
That's Hesperornis that they're showing right here. What? They made a goof. That's not Ichthyornis. This is Hesperornis. See how it says Ichthyornis down in the corner here? That's wrong. This is Hesperornis.
Ichthyornis, which looked pretty much like a seagull, and the other was Hesperornis, which resembled a huge flightless loon. Ichthyornis was clearly avian.
Yep.
It had wings without claws.
That's Ichthyornis right there. That's the image that they should have used.
Claws, a short tail, and a large breastbone like most modern birds do. But both it and Hesperornis also had teeth like most non-avian theropods did. So Marsh and other experts began to hypothesize that birds evolved from dinosaurs. In these specimens, Marsh saw how birds gradually acquired their curved necks, their 2-legged stance, and their 3 toes. He saw modified arms transition to feathered wings, and the loss of claws and the long tail. Hesperornis and Ichthyornis were soon classified as ornithurans, a group of Mesozoic birds whose name means bird tail. These ancient birds had short tails instead of the longer bony tail of Archaeopteryx. Most of them also had teeth, and they tended to live on the ground. We know this because they were usually found in environments near shorelines instead of inland forest, and they didn't have the adaptations that are associated with perching, like
didn't have those grasping feet.
On the wings. So by the late 1800s, many scientists believed that it was this group, the ornithurans, that gave rise to today's birds. They didn't know what happened to their teeth, but they did know the connection was there. But still, not everyone was convinced that birds derived from dinosaurs at all. In the early 20th century, some researchers, led by Danish artist Gerhard Heilmann argued that the similarities between Compsognathus and birds were convergent, and that birds evolved from some other mystery reptile. It wasn't until 1970 that, quite by accident, paleontologist John Ostrom came across the key that would unlock the origin of birds. He was studying fossils of pterosaurs from the same German limestones that produced Archaeopteryx and Compsognathus. But one of these fossils was not from a pterosaur as many had thought.
Yep.
It turned out to be
another Archaeopteryx.
Very similar to Archaeopteryx. Actually, for a long time, Ostrom and others thought it was an Archaeopteryx. But in 2017, it was redescribed and assigned to a new genus named after Ostrom himself. Now, the hand of this animal looked just like the hand of a non-avian dinosaur that Ostrom had uncovered just a few years earlier in Montana called Deinonychus.
Deinonychus. This is the velociraptor from Jurassic Park, is Deinonychus.
Had short thumbs, long second fingers, and third fingers of medium length. And in both specimens, most bones in the wrist were fused together into a half-moon-shaped block that allowed for movement from side to side, but not up and down. Living birds have this same half-moon feature in their wrist, which they use to fold their wings. So Ostrom's discovery revived the theory that birds evolved from small theropod dinosaurs. And yet we had no idea how incomplete our understanding was until the 1980s and 90s, when dozens of new fossil discoveries showed us how truly diverse birds were in the Mesozoic. Most of the fossils found around this time belonged to a whole new lineage of extinct birds that we didn't know even existed. They came to be called the Enantiornithines, or opposite birds, which is a terrible name because they totally were birds. They were only called opposite birds because one of their shoulder joints was the reverse of what's seen in living birds. But unlike the ornithorans, which mostly lived on the ground, these opposite birds mostly lived in the trees. Their fossils were commonly found in rocks that formed in ancient forests, and most of them had curved claws like perching birds do today. And these turned out to be the most common and diverse group of birds in the whole Mesozoic era, filling many of the same roles as modern birds. For example, Bohyornis may have hunted small vertebrates 120 million years ago in ancient China, and it lived alongside Longipteryx.
Yeah, so this is the same kind of critter that we were just talking about in that paper. You see those doofy teeth right there? Oh, you gotta love it.
Perching bird with a long snout that may have dove for fish from tree branches like kingfishers do today. Most of these opposite birds had teeth and clawed fingers, and instead of having a fan of feathers in their tails, they had blunt rear ends that sometimes sported just two long ribbon-like feathers. So it was
like
clear
Confucius
to scientists that these opposite birds belonged to a different lineage than the likes of Hesperornis, Ichthyornis, and the other ornithurans. Meanwhile, experts were also making some important discoveries about the ornithurans too, especially what happened to their teeth. For example, in the early 2000s, Chinese...
There's Confuciusornis right there. You see those two long ribbon-like feathers, like she just mentioned? Yeah, it could be that the males had these and the females don't, because it's like roughly half of these birds have those and half of them don't, even though they all seem to be the same species. So yeah, that could be sexual dimorphism there. So it would make a lot of sense. Birds, the males and females, generally, they're identical in terms of their skeletons. You can't tell a male or a female bird apart from each other by their skeletons. You just can't. It's the feathers and sometimes the colors of like skin around their eyes and stuff like that too that gives it away. So it would make a lot of sense if you had sexual dimorphism in those big plumes right there in the feathers.
These researchers reported finding the oldest fossil evidence of a toothless bird. They named it Confuciusornis, and it lived 130 million years ago, way back in the early Cretaceous. And the strangest thing was, Confuciusornis was neither an enantiornithine or an ornithuran. It turned out that toothlessness was a convergent trait that showed up in lots of different groups at different times. Some opposite birds didn't have teeth, and some early ornithurans didn't either. So where did their teeth go? Well, for a long time, scientists thought that birds lost their teeth to make their bodies lighter. But now we know that some toothed birds were able to fly, so it wasn't like having teeth was keeping them on the ground. As more fossils of Mesozoic birds were found, more clues started to present themselves. For instance, experts began to notice that even though most ancient birds had teeth, they tended to have fewer teeth than their dinosaur ancestors. And fossils also revealed that birds started to have fewer teeth after they developed gizzards. Gizzards are a muscular part of the stomach where, with the help of swallowed pebbles, birds can grind up their food. So with the advent of gizzards at least 120 million years ago, the need for teeth...
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
Ah, Lordy, welcome, welcome. Lordy, you are the first person to ever trigger that new alert. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. That was, oh man, that was fun. Lordy, how did your stream go? Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing, Lordy and Raiders. How are you all doing?
The work of vertebrate paleontologists.
Hard-boiled eggs and nuts. Thank you, and welcome to the channel. It is great to have you here. Holy cow. Lordy, how did your stream go? Tell me all about it. Raiders, tell me about Lordy's stream. Lordy is a member of my very own stream team, along with Ios. Together, the three of us form the team Three's a Crowd. And Lordy does all kinds of crafting and cooking streams, sewing streams, and lots of fun making dumplings today. Very cool, Lordy. Very cool. And that's a big raid. Very nice. 20 viewers. Not too shabby. For anybody who might be new like you, hard-boiled eggs and nuts, thank you again for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And we're talking about the evolution of birds from dinosaurs right now and where the teeth went along the way. You know, the ancestors of birds, meat-eating feathered dinosaurs, they had teeth. Birds today, famously, no teeth. Where did the teeth go? We're talking about that. So yeah. And she didn't send you any dumplings? I'm sorry to hear that, Bilbus. I think that technology might still be in the works. You might have to get a dumpling dispenser hooked up to your computer in order for Lordy to send you dumplings, Bilbus. And heaven help you if you're on mobile. Yeah. And Hogan says she made some wonderful food. I'm hungry now. Great, Hogan. It's great to have you here, by the way, Hogan. Welcome, welcome. So, yeah. Yeah. Dumpling transporter. There you go, Golganak. Yes. What in the world was that? Hang on a minute. Really loud bang outside. Here. Play.
And as birds' teeth changed, so did their beaks. Most opposite birds retain teeth at the very front of their mouths. But in the ornithurans, that same area became covered in keratinous beak tissue, while they kept their teeth that were further back in the jaw. Now, some experts think that replacing teeth with beak tissue may have had something to do with making it easier to eat certain foods, like seeds. But another theory proposed in 2018 suggests that beaks may have been more advantageous for baby birds. Teeth take a long time to grow and develop.
Ooh, holy cow. Car just came around the corner and just slammed into two parked cars outside right now, like out on the street outside my apartment. They hit a PG&E vehicle, which was parked there. Yeah, shoot. I thought that sounded like something. Hang on a minute. Yeah. Shoot, I can't quite see how bad the damage is, but it looks like there might be 3 totaled vehicles. People drive like maniacs in this neighborhood, and, yeah, shoot. PG&E, by the way, is Pacific Gas and Electric. There are, like, local power monopoly in California. Got nothing nice to say about them. But also nothing nice to say about people who drive way too fast and slam into parked cars? In a residential neighborhood? Oh boy. My car is immediately across the street from that, so I guess I got lucky there, Jody Fish. Yeah. And no, this should be a quiet residential neighborhood, but people love to drive way too fast through here. It's just not even a main thoroughfare or anything. It's just a residential street. At least they didn't run away. I'm not 100% sure. Somebody stopped. I don't know if it's the person who actually hit them. But yeah, here, hang on just a second. Let me continue looking. Yeah, here's that video in the meantime.
Developing embryos, but if you shorten that step or cut it out altogether, then eggs can hatch earlier. And the shorter a bird's incubation time is, the less vulnerable its young will be to predators. So birds may have lost their teeth for many reasons, but one thing we know for sure is that in the Cretaceous, teeth disappeared in the group of ornithurans that would give rise to today's birds. These are the neornithines. Their fossils are still very rare, but in the past couple of decades, paleontologists have found bones of the very earliest members of this group. One of the best known is a 68-million-year-old duck relative from Antarctica called Vagavus. And its remains show us that even by the late Cretaceous, it was already well adapted to swimming and diving. So today, we finally have enough fossils of different kinds of birds to know that about 66 million years ago, there were both toothed birds and toothless birds from many different groups, and generally, they were all doing just fine.
So I think they stopped, which, you know, this has happened multiple times while I've lived here for the past, like, 4 years. But man, people just love to, you know, tear through this neighborhood. I don't know if they're driving drunk or what, but they'll go and they'll scrape 5 or 6 cars that are parked along the side of the street, and they'll just keep going. But yeah, here they, like, shoot. They hit several vehicles, and they, like, punched in the wheel for one of them, so the wheel is now, like, all bent. That very well is probably totaled. They probably totaled that little PG&E SUV. Oh boy. And then they slammed into somebody else, too. So yeah. Anywho. But yeah. I don't think they hit my car. Let me double check. But yeah. And if the axle is bent exactly, Kirsten, yeah. That looks like that's what happened there. Oh, boy. And Claire Burr says, I bet your rates will go up now to pay for the truck. You're being that no kappa required there, Claire Burr. PG&E has repeatedly done that, where they'll have some sort of major disaster of their own doing, and then they raise everybody's rates. You know, or they declare bankruptcy, and then they raise everybody's rates. Because they're good for nothing. PG&E, don't get me started. They're literally responsible for a bunch of people's deaths. Like, they've started these major fires in California due to they didn't trim the trees properly around all of their lines, and their equipment explodes because it's poorly maintained, and later it turns out that, like, yeah, they had all these reports that had warned the executives about this. Like, yes, our all of our infrastructure is grievously it's dangerously out of date. It needs renovation, and they don't renovate it, and then it explodes and starts massive fires. People lose their homes, people die, and then PG&E says, "Oh no, we're so sorry. Please bail us out, government." And then the government bails them out, and then they raise the rates on everybody. It's terrible. So anyway, Roland says, "Yep, I live in Santa Rosa. I had to evacuate twice thanks to PG&E. Friends lost homes." It is. If you need any proof that the wrong people are in charge and that the U.S. government is basically owned by corporations, it's PG&E. The fact that this has not been, like, nationalized or made a public state utility, it still operates as a private company. They can still do what they like, still try and make profits, even though they've clearly shown that they are not responsible enough to do this. But anyway, yeah. Here, I'm gonna go run downstairs, make sure my car is okay. So you hang on just a minute. I will be right back. Let's 809, 1221. I'll be right back.
reasons, but one thing we know for sure is that in the Cretaceous, teeth disappeared in the group of ornithurans that would give rise to today's birds. These are the neornithines. Their fossils are still very rare, but in the past couple of decades, paleontologists have found bones of the very earliest members of this group. One of the best known is a 68 million year old duck relative from Antarctica called Vegavus. And its remains show us that even by the late Cretaceous, it was already well adapted to swimming and diving. So today, we finally have enough fossils of different kinds of birds to know that about 66 million years ago, there were both toothed birds and toothless birds from many different groups, and generally, they were all doing just fine. Until the Cretaceous period ended in extinction. There were many causes behind the extinction event that killed off the non-avian dinosaurs. But when it came to birds, and most everything else, the worst was probably the asteroid impact in the Gulf of Mexico. The impact set off huge fires that destroyed entire forests and vaulted dust into the atmosphere, probably blocking much of the sunlight for years. For birds, their odds of survival might have come down to a number of factors, including how big they were, where they lived, and what they ate. For example, if you lived in trees like most opposite birds did, you were in the worst possible place in the aftermath of the impact. Not only was your habitat suddenly gone, but if you ate plants, it would be weeks or months before any new growth would be available. And if you ate meat, there was almost nothing around to hunt. But if you were smaller and lived on the forest floor, there's a chance you could have found shelter. And it might have been a lot easier for you to find food, like seeds on the ground. Likewise, if you were aquatic, your habitat and your food supply might have been less disturbed by the fires. So out of what may have been thousands of species of dinosaurs living at the end of the Cretaceous, only 3 groups of neornithines had that perfect survivor's combination of being small, ground-dwelling or aquatic, and seed-eating. One of these lineages was the Paleognathes, which today include radites like ostriches and emus, as well as adorable South American birds called tinamou. The Gallo-Anserans also survived, like Vegavus and its kin, possibly thanks to their aquatic lifestyle. Today they include chickens, ducks, and other kinds of fowl. And the third lineage is the Neo-avians, which includes essentially every other living bird. Free of competition from the tree-dwelling opposite birds, a lot of Neo-avians quickly took to life in the trees at the dawn of the Cenozoic. These birds all have diverse diets and habitats today, but by analyzing the earliest known members of each group, scientists have found that the last common ancestor of all living birds was indeed a ground-dwelling seed-eater. Each of these 3 lineages might have only had a handful of species at the time of the extinction, but they are the ancestors of roughly 10,000 species of birds that are alive today. There are many things we have yet to learn about the story of birds, but our understanding has grown tremendously since that lovely fossil of a feather was first discovered in Germany more than 150 years ago. And just within my own lifetime, a wealth of bird fossils have been discovered that are only beginning to reveal the wonderfully weird and diverse world of the Mesozoic, when birds had teeth. I hope you enjoyed
just in time. Okay.
Episode and all the difficult words I had to say. Now, here's something new for you.
Anyway.
Is a new
sorry about that. Yeah. Man, that PG&E vehicle definitely totaled. The guy just apparently he was driving like a Chevy Tahoe, maybe a Yukon Denali, big SUV. Came around the corner way too fast. Skidded because it's been raining here. Ground's kind of wet. And, yeah. Totaled one vehicle. And, really banged up another one. Just cars that are parked on the side of the street. And now he's got his vehicle just in the middle of the road. Doors open. People are saying he doesn't have insurance or anything. I'm really lucky. My car was right there. It didn't get hit, so... Anyway. Sorry for the interruption there, but yeah. Anyway, but yeah. And Flybot, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Everyone is okay. Nobody got hurt, Amelia Bedelia. So yeah. But that guy was probably doing I don't know. I would guess he's probably doing 50 in a residential neighborhood, and it looked like he only stopped because he may have bent the axle on his car too, so his is probably totaled also. Otherwise, he may have kept driving. Shoot. But yeah. 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 And no, it was unmanned vehicle, Pendrake. It was just parked there. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Hogan. Hey, shoot. I don't know. I gotta make sure my car's okay. But yeah. Rex the Tyrannosaurus Rex has got a question about volunteering at the Museum of Ancient Life. Do I have to go to the museum and ask if I can volunteer, or do I go onto their website, see if you can find the email address for whoever runs the prep lab there, Rex. Yeah. Yeah, they've got a beautiful prep lab at the Museum of Ancient Life. They actually used to have the Utah Raptor Mega Block there. Let's see if I can find you a video. Let's see. Prep lab. Here it is, from the Utah Friends of Paleontology. This is when the Utah Raptor Mega Block was in the museum, and they've got... Ignore the Utah Raptor here. This fleshed out thing. But, yeah. If you want to volunteer in this laboratory, there's Scott Madsen right there. Yeah. Yeah, they've got to have a contact page or something for that museum. See if you can figure that out through their website, Rex. And if you can't, then feel free to check out... Get in contact with the Utah Friends of Paleontology. Actually, there we go. With UFOP. They do really, really cool stuff. These are good people to know. If you live in the state of Utah and you're a friend of paleontology, you should totally join the Utah Friends of Paleontology. But if you get in contact with them, you will... I don't know, you can kind of ask around and you can figure out who to contact at the museum, and that'll be a great start for you, Rex. So there you go. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, and Caravan says, ignore the Utah Raptor. Doesn't sound like a good survival strategy to me. Fair enough. Fair enough. I hope you all learned a lot about toothed birds while I was gone for that few minutes. But, yeah, shoot. That looks almost like a tinamou. Maybe one of its compatriots started this fire back here. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Certainly not exploding. There you go, Nell. Yeah. Yeah. And Balint, Cyan Streams, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I hope all is good. Good to see you, Balint. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah, yeah. Let's go ahead and get into our next piece of fossil news. And, yep, and into ornithian birds. Let's talk about some dinosaur organs here, shall we?
We've got an amazing 70-million-year-old dinosaur egg, and they're perfectly preserved.
Nerfdermer.
Cool.
Oh no.
Hey Danny, hey chat. I hope everyone is doing okay.
Nerfdermer, thank you so much for the 20 months of support. I really appreciate you, Nerfdermer. Thank you, thank you. And, thanks for keeping me online for the past 20 months. That's almost a whole year, isn't it? Appreciate you, Nerfdermer. Yeah. And Nell, we already talked about that, Nell. Yeah. Maybe you weren't listening, Nell, earlier, but we talked about that a little bit. That question. Yeah, there's so many different ways that you can look at fossil environments aside from plants. Plants are a great first step. Usually the best first step. But, shoot, lots of other stuff. Yeah. And dinosaur organs, indeed, Amelia Bedelia. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Oh, and shoot, Pendrake, yowza. Yeah. Here, Hang on a minute. Where did that go? I clicked the link that I had saved and it's not here. Let me try something else. Did they delete the article? That's bizarre. Scrolling. Looking for Skipionyx here. Yeah. The organs of Ciro, the first Italian dinosaur. Not the first Italian dinosaur. There would have been dinosaurs that lived in Italy long before this critter. But the first Italian dinosaur to have been published. They've been reconstructed in 3D. And here we go. That was weird. Why didn't that link work before? The organs of Ciro, the first Italian dinosaur, have been reconstructed in 3D. It's a little baby dinosaur. Skipionyx. And it is a pretty neat animal. Yeah. Kind of your... We don't really know what it would have looked like when it was full grown because all we've got is this one specimen. Like most dinosaurs, it is known from but one specimen. And this one is very clearly very young. But look closely in here. These things that look oddly like intestines within its ribcage. Well, that's no accident there. Those are guts inside. Just extraordinarily well preserved. Absolutely beautiful. It's it's pretty amazing. It's a beautiful specimen indeed, Lenina. And let's take a look at those organs. So the thing is, most of the time when we've got preserved, dinosaur remains, they're just bones. Sometimes you get really, really lucky and there's some remnants of skin or something, or feathers. But every once in a blue moon, you even get remnants of internal organs, although it is very rare. But that will bring us to, of course, our fossilization video, which has become it's a real classic. Hang on. Let's talk about fossilization a little bit here. Would you like a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil? Because here's one for you. Right here.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die. Once you're dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms. Step 2, get buried fast. If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers. Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment over you. Step 3, soak in groundwater for a long, long time. Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton, or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place.
Step 1 already a deal breaker.
The skeleton will turn to stone.
I mean, it's not something you should aspire to right now, Haraz. It's, planning for your future. That time comes for us all, Ask not for whom the Taco Bell tolls, it tolls for thee. And hopefully, when that Taco Bell tolls, you will be ready and prepared to become a fossil. And thank you, Vigilante. You sleep well, Vigilante. I'll see you tomorrow, I hope. But, yeah, anyway. the thing is, if you actually get buried before all of your remains have decayed, especially if you've dried out beforehand, that desiccation seems to be a big part of this. In desiccated environments, very, very dry environments, bacteria have a more difficult time, eating away at soft little bits like that. And so say that a baby dinosaur dies out on a floodplain or something like that, but during a big drought. And then it's just completely dried out, and you've got some remnants, maybe very iron-rich remnants of its guts, all desiccated. That iron in there might actually help to, help those guts to become fossilized later on.
Soak in groundwater for a long, long time.
And then fossilization can take place like this.
Minerals.
Yeah.
Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton.
Or even cavities in soft tissue, if that soft tissue is around for this part of the process. If it's been preserved for that long, you might get really, really lucky, and some of the soft bits might actually get preserved too.
Or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place. Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil.
Yep.
Step 4, wait to be exposed. As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter and wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
Pretty cool stuff. Now, actually, come to think of it, Scipionyx is from the bottom of a lagoon, isn't it? Maybe my whole floodplain desiccation thing doesn't actually make a lot of sense. Let's have a look at that. Yeah. So, Scipionyx, 113 million years old. The fossil is that of a juvenile, only half a meter, 20 inches long, and perhaps just 3 days old. Holy cow, this poor little critter. Its adult form and size is unknown. There actually is an idea that maybe this would have been the juvenile of a larger dinosaur, like, say, Concavenator or something. Yeah. That maybe a big dinosaur like this, its young may have looked like Scipionyx. We don't really know. Yeah. But anyway, what we do actually know about is the guts of this critter, which is pretty extraordinary. Yeah. Reconstructed in 3D, the internal organs of little Ciro, the first Italian dinosaur, as well as one of the best preserved specimens in the world, which conquered the cover of Nature magazine on March 26, 25 years ago. The anatomical model, previewed at ANSA, together with the first scans of the B side of the fossil, will be presented Saturday at the Natural History Museum in Milan. During a meeting open to the public, which will involve the paleontologists who study the find and who, through unpublished images and videos, will explain why its discovery still represents a watershed in dinosaur knowledge. Very, very cool. Is this still yet to happen? When is this dated? March 23rd. Okay, so this happened on Saturday. Okay. Ciro, Scipionyx samniticus, found in Pietraroia in the Benevento area, is a unique specimen due to the exceptional state of conservation of its internal organs, never seen before in a dinosaur. The paleontologist Cristiano Dal Sasso, already first author on the article in Nature, and Simone Mangagnucco, thanks to innovative techniques such as UV light, CT scanning, and scanning electron microscopy, have discovered that the internal organs of Scipionyx are fossilized in an exceptional way, even at a cellular and subcellular level. This is extraordinary. Very, very cool. So much so that after 110 million years, we can still see muscle cells, blood vessels, capillaries, and even the bacteria and food remains contained in the intestine. Very cool. 3D reconstruction of the internal anatomy of Scipionyx, created by the computer paleo artist Fabio Manucci. Many details that emerge from this study can be appreciated in the detailed anatomical model that will be presented on Saturday by paleo artist Fabio Manucci. But new discoveries are also expected from the first scans of the B side of the fossil, the one hidden in the calcareous matrix. This is super cool. So with Shipionyx, we've got this gorgeous facade right here, this side of the fossil. But the thing is, the other side is also preserved. It's just there in the rock. And you can't exactly chip away all of the rock because the thing is so thin you'd destroy it. But using scanning technology, you can CT scan this, and you can see what the other half, the other side of the skeleton would look like. You can scan this and basically have, you know, like a 3D image of the other side of this, and they could probably 3D print it if they really wanted to. They at least have a model in the computer, which is really, really neat. Yeah. And apparently Scipio was the Roman commander in the Second Punic War. Very cool, Caravan. Very cool. Yeah. And, so yeah, and onyx means claw, so it means Scipio claw. Very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah. And Betmother says, looking it up, Pietra Roja has a bar called Jurassic Pub. Very cool, Betmother. That's really neat. You know, the site of the discovery of the first Italian dinosaur? Somehow it's not surprising they've got a Jurassic Pub there. Very cool. Very cool. And how the other half fossilizes. Yes, after completing steps 1 through... what, 5? Golganek? Yeah. Yeah. And Nolo says, is it unusual to have such a contrast in color between the fossil and the surrounding medium? Lovely question, Nolo. Oh man, that's excellent. I don't know a great deal about what we call diagenesis. You know, diagenesis is like the process by which fossils form. But I bet you that the really high contrast between the color of the surrounding matrix and the color of the fossil itself, that probably also has something to do with why those guts were preserved in the first place. Yeah. Let's see. I wonder if this will have any insight into that. Let's take a look at this video here. I'm always looking for new videos to help explain topics like this, like our beloved fossilization video. But let's see if this offers any insight. I'm going at this blind, so cross your fingers that this is any good at all. Take a look.
What is a fossil? A fossil...
and why are our closed captions in Klingon? Or... Russian? Let's see here... Oh, no, sorry. Macedonian. Let's try English.
Fossil is the preserved remains or imprint in a rock, a plant or animal, usually one that lived a long time ago. Many of the fossils discovered so far are ancestors of organisms living today, while some fossils are the remains of organisms that still exist. The study of fossils is called paleontology. The total number of fossils and their placement within rocks is known as the fossil record.
Okay.
Much of what we understand about evolution...
This is super basic stuff, almost comically so. Let's continue.
Studying fossils, so they are really important.
They are really important, true.
When animals or plants die, their remains usually decay to nothing. It is only if the conditions are right that they can be preserved as fossils. The best way to create a fossil is to trap and quickly bury a dead organism.
Yep.
The dead remains of animals and plants that fall to the river or sea floors get covered in layers of sediment. Over time, this sediment sinks, as it is buried deeper by increasing layers. Meanwhile, minerals permeate through the sediment and gradually recrystallize the non-decomposed remains.
Like you saw in the video earlier,
this process
yeah.
is called permineralization.
Yep.
In some cases, the whole skeleton eventually dissolves, leaving a space in the sediment which becomes filled with mineral deposits in the exact shape of the original structure. In this way, a cast of the original structure is created. Eventually, the pressure exerted on the lower layers of sediment is sufficient to turn it into rock.
This is not how Cero, our Shipionyx fossil, was preserved. There's something else going on. There's not a natural cast occurring where, like, the original material completely decays away and then that hollow is filled in by minerals. No. This is like slowly minerals seeping in, even into the guts of this critter that helped fossilize those. So it's like, it's a more kind of rare and beautiful form of fossilization.
Millions of years later, this rock may rise to the Earth's surface, where erosion and earthquakes eventually expose the fossil.
Earthquakes, yeah. Fossils don't get exposed by earthquakes like that, usually. Why do they include that? That's not really true.
While whole body fossils can be created in this way, and so can trace fossils. Trace fossils are the fossilized remains of things animals or plants have left behind. This includes footprints, tracks, dung, and even lightning strikes. Another way to create...
Lightning strikes are not fossils. I mean, like, they're not the remains of ancient living things. Maybe if it's a tree that got struck by lightning, then that could be, then that would be a fossil. But lightning strikes themselves, fulgulites, I think is what they're called. Why in the world would they include this? This is not... That's not a fossil. What is it called? A fulgulite, I think? Like Fulguratherium, lightning beast from Australia? Fulgurite. Fulgurite. Yeah. I mean, strictly speaking, it's not a fossil, but they're calling them fossils here. Let's see here. Here.
Now let's talk lightning. When thunder roars, go indoors. If you can hear thunder, you're close enough to the storm to be struck by lightning. When it comes to Arizona...
I was actually just talking about this with somebody at UCMP last week. Shoot, when I was working with the Utah Geological Survey last summer, yeah, we it's interesting to me how different field crews, different groups of paleontologists, have different approaches to different things in the field. So, like, back when I worked with Museum of the Rockies, we would have frequent lightning storms and stuff like that in the field, and, we had a healthy respect for lightning, but it wasn't something that we were, like, really scared of that much. If there was a thunderstorm that came in through camp at night and we're in our tents, we'd stay in our tents. We'd try and sleep through it. With the Utah Geological Survey, who I was working with last summer, if there's a lightning, like a thunderstorm coming through camp, everybody is required to get into a vehicle and stay there until it passes. Until the thunder stops, basically. Because apparently, like... Yeah, they told us this story about lightning strikes. Lightning kills Boy Scout troop, Utah. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it, but they told us the story of like a Boy Scout troop that was out camping, and then there was a thunderstorm that rolled through, and they all gathered into a big tent. And then lightning struck the tent and killed all of them. There's a bunch of people who died from that. And this is like a story that just... I've never been able to find any documentation of this, but believable enough and reason enough to, yeah, get into like a vehicle when there's a thunderstorm. Holy cow. Yeah. Killed the whole trip. Yeah, Pendrake, that's what I heard. That the last place that you want to be, we were told, is under a portable garage, like we have in the field. Yeah, let me show you a picture. Yep. This is camp. There, we had these big 2 portable garages. We're starting to take these down in the photos. But, yeah, they've got big metal poles right here. And the story went that the Boy Scout troop was underneath one of these, kind of sheltering during this sudden thunderstorm, and then they all got electrocuted and died. I'm hearing this 3rd or 4th or 5th hand, maybe. So who knows what the original story actually is. But, yeah, anyway, lightning, not something you want to mess around with. So yeah, that is awful. You're right, Afro-Bandit Girl, yeah. Yeah. And the people I was working with, my bosses here were state employees. And they would have, like, kind of a lightning safety training that they would have to go through. And I think they have to repeat it every year. So they hear the same story every year. But yeah.
This monsoon, lightning is the most unpredictable weather hazard. Out of all the national parks in the country, the one that sees the most lightning is right in our backyard. It's the Grand Canyon. According to the National Lightning Detection Network, lightning can strike 15,000 times per year. So yes, lightning can hit the same place twice. Most of the lightning strikes hit the highest point, which are the rims. And the highest frequency of strikes is during the monsoon season. Here's Caribe and Crystal with a surprising fact about lightning.
About 75% of Arizona's electrical storms erupt in July and August.
That makes a lot of sense.
Between noon and early evening. And while lightning comes and goes in a flash, it can leave behind buried treasure.
Oh, and Paper Cuts is a link to the story? Is that it right there? Well, I'm glad it was only one scout who was killed. Holy cow, 2005, this sounds like it might be it. Well, they slept in a log shelter during a violent storm late Tuesday. I thought it had something to do with those portable garages, but I guess we'll have to ask Jim about that. Yeah. They were in a log cabin or a log shelter? Shoot. Yeah. I wonder if that is the same one. I do. Keep scrolling, says Paper Cuts. Let's see. Last Thursday, an assistant scoutmaster and a 13-year-old scout were killed by lightning in California's Sequoia National Park. 4 scout leaders at the National Boy Scout Jamboree in Virginia were electrocuted July 25th in front of several scouts after they lost control of a metal pole at the center of a large dining tent, sending it toppling onto nearby power lines. Oh, boy. So, like I said, the original story that I heard, the original story is probably much different from the one that I heard, hearing it 3rd or 4th or 5th hand. But, yeah. Anyway, don't mess around with lightning. Yeah, shoot. Yeah. Is this the same video? It is.
Electrical storms erupt in July and August. Most of those strike between noon and early evening. And while lightning comes and goes in a flash, it can leave behind buried treasure.
Okay.
Come on, we're hunting lightning fossils.
This is a lightning strike, fulgurite, and this is the way it dispenses its energy, and it turns right into a shockwave pressure plate.
Just think, lightning is a blink and you miss it kind of moment, but when it strikes sand, it can last an eternity.
Here is one down in the washout.
I mean, that's the thing, is that is it really a fossil? This is kind of stretching the definition of a fossil. The word fossil actually comes from the Latin fossilis, which just means something that's been dug up. So I guess under that definition, a potato would also be considered a fossil. Potatoes are root vegetables that grow down in the ground under the soil. under the surface of the soil. So, by this definition, I guess a potato would also be a fossil. In which case, Idaho, full of fossils. Holy cow. But, I don't know, the way that I define the word fossil, a fossil is the preserved remains of a once living thing. So it requires a biological origin. So is a fulgurite a fossil? I wouldn't say that it is, but I don't know. Yeah. And Hogan says the best place to be in a lightning storm is probably a vehicle. The rubber tires reduce the ground ability. Exactly, Hogan. Yeah. But it's a metal cage. It is the best. In the best outcome, the electricity would go through the vehicle and snap to the ground. Exactly, Hogan. That's what we were taught in Utah. And so, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Dinosaur Dave says, in my hometown, there's one specific hill with high iron concentration in the ground. Not enough to mine, but enough to draw lightning. There's a state-funded community college, we call them TAFE in Australia, built there, and it gets hit several times each storm. There's specific areas you are not allowed to go during storms, just to be safe. Their record, which was reset last year at 32 strikes in one storm. In less than an hour. That's nuts, Dinosaur Dave. That's really, really nuts. Holy cow. Wow. Crazy. You know, it's also interesting that two of the main institutions that I've worked with, Museum of the Rockies and the Utah Geological Survey. The Utah Geological Survey, you know, we were told to be much more careful about lightning. Like, we couldn't sleep in our tents at night if there was a thunderstorm happening. We had to sleep in the vehicles. With Museum of the Rockies, we didn't have that rule. And one of our crew members had been struck by lightning before and survived. Because... Well, shoot, she survived because... she's a very smart person. Liz Friedman Fowler. Here she is right here. Here's Liz. She's actually married to Denver Fowler. That's where she got the last name Fowler. Her maiden name is Liz Friedman. But, yeah. Here she is with Denver at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota, where she now works. But Liz used to be, like, crew chief up in Rudyard, Montana, on the Reddings farm, digging up Judith River dinosaurs. So she was head honcho there. She was in charge of everything. And, one time they had a really bad thunderstorm kind of come through camp, and somebody's tent got blown down or something like that. And so Liz is out there in the middle of the night, trying to help this person set the tent back up, and the wind is blowing and the rain is pouring down and there's lightning all around, and she's got her geologist hammer. Moderators or tier 3 subscribers, throw some hammer emotes into the chat there. She's got her geologist hammer and she's, you know, hammering the stakes in and everything. And yeah. And as she's doing that, and lightning striking around her, she, like, kind of hears a weird noise in the midst of the wind howling and the rain pouring down. Her hammer, she says, almost feels like it's vibrating. And it almost kind of starts singing. And Liz, of course, being very, very smart, she goes, "Holy cow, no!" And she throws the hammer as far away from her as quickly as she can, away from her. Lightning comes down, zaps the hammer, and also goes to the ground. Liz, it's the middle of the night. She wasn't wearing any shoes, and she gets, like, kind of contact struck, because the electricity coming down from that lightning bolt, striking the hammer near her, it kind of courses through the ground, and it gets her just a little bit. But, yeah. one of these days, I want to interview Liz and ask her for this story. Have her tell us about it. But, yeah. Liz Friedman Fowler might not be around today if she didn't have that training as a scientist. Well, shoot, she would have been out there in the first place if she weren't the consummate scientist. But just that split second, she knew what was happening and she threw that hammer. So yeah, that is Liz. Man, and that's not why her hair is white. At least I don't think so. She just has kind of like naturally occurring white hair nowadays. She went gray very, very early on. But yeah, that's Liz in Denver there. Kind of paleontological power couple. So anyway, how did we even get on this in the first place? We were watching this video. Lightning strikes. I wouldn't actually call those fossils. Whatever. Let's get back to our dinosaur Shipionyx here and talk about those preserved guts, shall we? You hope they call her Lightning Liz now? Yeah. You know, that would be if she were ever in like a boxing match or a prize fight or something. You know, they could totally announce her name that way. You know. And in the second corner, weighing in at 95 pounds, Liz the Lightning Bolt Friedman Fowler. Yeah. Yeah. Have every hammer going forwards engraved with Mjolnir? Is that like a Scandinavian term, Dinosaur Dave? I'm not familiar with that. Wait, Thor's hammer. Oh, like Scandinavian legend? Interesting. Mjolnir is Thor's hammer. We've got so many people interested in Scandinavian mythology here, apparently. But yeah. I'll see you next time, Nell. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Anyway, very cool. So, you know, one of the many hazards on the job as a paleontologist, you got to make sure you don't get struck by lightning. I actually had a geology professor who was struck by lightning twice. And apparently both times were on a place called Electric Peak in outside Yellowstone. Yeah, Electric Peak. It's a mountain in Yellowstone. There it is right there. Yeah. Excuse me. Why is it called Electric Peak, I wonder? Let's see here. In Gannett's account of the event, he described the sensations that Peel had observed. When about 50 feet below the summit, the electric current began to pass through my body. At first, I felt nothing, but heard a crackling noise similar to a rapid discharge of sparks from a friction machine. Immediately after, I began to feel tingling or pricking sensation in my head, and then the ends of my fingers, as well as the noise, increasing rapidly until when I reached the top, the noise, which had not changed its character, was deafening, and my hair stood completely on end, with the tingling, prickling sensation absolutely painful. So I guess during electrical storms, for whatever reason, this particular spot just really draws lightning. Static electricity like that. Yeah, holy cow. But anyway, yeah, one of my geology professors at Montana State, who unfortunately is no longer with us for entirely unrelated reasons. But yeah, he had been struck by lightning apparently twice on Electric Peak. I think 2 separate incidents years apart. Why did he keep going back? Because he's a geologist, TJ Nito. because he's a geologist. He was a geologist. Yeah. The world record is 7 times Neverwinter full? That's nuts, really? Yeah. Huh. Hogan says Mjolnir is Thor's hammer according to the mythology of the Avengers movies. I've never seen those. It's forged in the heart of a dying star. So, I mean, so were all heavy all elements except for helium and hydrogen are formed in the heat of dying stars, right? Like every element with a an atomic weight greater than, I don't know, everything that's got more than 2 protons is formed in the heat of a dying star, right? Which makes sense according to astronomy. A star uses nuclear fusion to bond elements. The heaviest elements that can be created in the heart of a star is iron. No, there could be, I think there can be heavier ones, but yeah. Yeah. But yeah, anyway. Anyway, that's just basic chemistry, isn't it? Or cosmology? But yeah, basically, if we did not have stars exploding, going supernova, and then having them, under immense heat and pressure forcing protons together into new elements, we wouldn't have anything except for, like, hydrogen and helium throughout the whole universe, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Gimpleg says, once you've been struck by lightning 5 times, do you actually begin to hope to get struck 3 more times in order to break the record? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. And darn it, Jim, I'm a geologist, not a lightning rod. Tommy Platicus, there you go. Yeah. And Dinosaur Dave says, yes and no, everything above iron is from a dying star. Iron kills star cores, that is, it takes more energy to fuse than creates. Oh. I apologize if I was wrong about that, shoot. Yeah. And any element heavier than iron was created by a supernova. Oh. A star cannot create an element heavier than iron. I did not know that. Shoot. I thought it was everything above helium with 2 protons. Interesting. Huh. Yeah. I did not know that. Clearly, I need to to become better versed in this kind of thing. It's funny that you mentioned iron, though, because iron probably plays a big role into why this dinosaur has got preserved guts. So, yeah. And HE to FE. FE is iron. Yeah, there you go, Jody Fish. Oh, okay, interesting. Huh. YMCA. There you go, Tommy Platicus. Yeah, sharp ears there. Nolo got it too, yeah. Yeah. Excuse me. So virtual slices of this dinosaur's fossil will be reassembled by computers to see Ciro's organs in the round, no longer deformed by fossilization, explains, is this Cristiano del Sasso? This is a unique opportunity to better understand the anatomy of dinosaurs and study in detail how the transition from reptiles to birds took place, concludes Matteo Fabri, an Italian paleontologist who currently works at the Field Museum in Chicago. Very cool stuff. Here's a link to this right here. And I kind of wonder, can we find a good video on Shipionics? Find like a professionally produced one here, and that might be a little tricky. Yeah, I think we might be out of luck there, unfortunately. But, you know, this is probably a topic we'll be returning to in the next days and weeks when this thing gets published. But very, very cool. I remember watching a documentary about this long, long time ago. I want to say it was narrated by Jeff Goldblum, who will show up later in today's stream, I think. Yeah. Let's see here. Is this it here? Dinosaurs ruled land of the dragon. That's probably about China. This, there's Sereno showing up a bunch there. This is probably like North African stuff. Going through here. Argentina. Oh, it could be Argentina too. Looks like Argentina. Bucker. This is probably remains from Asia.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you for those bits.
Take care, everyone.
Thank you, Bat Meddler, for those 100 bits. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, this is all stuff in Asia. What we're looking for is... I don't know if it's going to be on YouTube. It's probably not. Yeah, dinosaurs in North America. That's not it. Anyway, this is the video we're going to be looking at later, actually. We'll skip to the Jeff Goldblum part on that. But, yeah, anyway. I remember when I was a kid, there was a cool documentary that actually talked extensively about Shipionyx and the preserved organs in this dinosaur, but, yeah. Not today. Hopefully this will show up in the news again. We'll be able to talk about it more extensively later, really do our due diligence there. Give this the attention that it deserves. Yeah. What else did we have on the agenda for today? Let's talk about air sacs, hollows. Let's talk about pneumaticity. The air-filledness in sauropod dinosaurs. Like macro column here. New paper out today. Aureliano et al. On pneumaticity in the early dinosaur macro column. So we've talked about this before. We've talked about dinosaurs, especially sauropod dinosaurs, being all full of air. I pulled up Google Images and tried to type in woodruff sauropod pneumaticity, and it autocorrected to woodrat. Oh boy. Woodruff diplodocus dolly. That'll get us there. Yeah. Blimp 2000, thank you for that follow. It is great to have you here. Thanks for dropping in. Appreciate you, Blimp. Thanks for clicking that follow button. Yeah. But yeah. Everything that you see in blue right here in this sauropod is respiratory system. In its neck vertebrae throughout here, you've got these various pneumatic openings linked up to the lungs and to the air sacs in here. The lungs are this very dark blue right here, and these big air sacs, just like we have in modern birds, are here in this kind of richer blue right there, more saturated blue. And then this light blue, these are pneumatized spaces in the vertebrae, basically hollows in the vertebrae to keep them nice and lightweight, and those were hooked up to the lungs. These dinosaurs were all full of air. This is, of course, Diplodocus or some sort of diplodocid. This might be Gallimiopus in particular, but it's a late Jurassic sauropod. This critter is from far earlier, which is very, very cool. And this is from the blog Sauropod Vertebra Picture of the Week, SV Pow. They generally do pretty good stuff.
Tommy Plodicus gifted a tier 1 sub to Blimp 2000.
Thank you, Tommy Plodicus. Really appreciate that. Holy cow. And look, we're now at 1 out of 40 gift subs for the day. I don't know if we're going to make it today. But thank you, Tommy Plodicus, for your generosity there. I appreciate you. Blimp says, I'm here to learn. I've been enjoying what I've been seeing whilst lurking. Thank you for the kind words, Blimp. I'm glad you're enjoying. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And enjoy that gift sub that Tommy Plodicus just gifted you. You can, feel free to use some sauropod emotes when we talk about sauropods here. Yeah. Very cool stuff. So, sauropod vertebra picture of the week, SVPOW. This is a blog that's updated by 2 sauropod paleontologists, Matt Wadle and Mike Taylor, if I remember correctly. And they say this new paper is basically the second part of a 1-2 punch with our paper on vertebral internal structure in early Saurischians from last December, Aureliano et al. 2022. In that paper, we found no evidence of invasive pneumaticity in the basal sauropodomorphs Bureolestes and Pompodromius, nor in the Herrerasaurid Gnathovorax, although we did find some pretty interesting non-pneumatic anatomy inside the vertebrae. In this study, we did find invasive pneumaticity, so that means these vertebrae were just full of air sacs and hollows, and, like, they're just shot full of holes, like Swiss cheese, basically, but very carefully evolved Swiss cheese to make these vertebrae strong, yet still very lightweight. Yeah. So they did find that in the basal sauropodomorph macrocolum, but not in the way that I expected. Interesting. I've been noodling around in the origins of pneumaticity in Saurischian dinosaurs for a while now. Early on, I expected the origin of pneumaticity would be found in the lateral fossae, so these, like, kind of openings in the sides of the centra of presacral vertebrae, so everything forward from the hips. I even drew a figure illustrating that hypothesis in my 2007 Prosauropod pneumaticity paper. And there you go, very cool. Yeah. But Yates et al. 2012 blew up that clean hypothetical sequence. Best available evidence at the time showed that pneumaticity was actually pretty widespread in basal sauropodomorphs, but the most diagnostic pneumatic features were not on the centrum. Rather, they were in the laminae and the subdivided fossae just ventral to the diapophyses. Interesting. Very interesting. Huh. But yeah. Let's take a look at the new paper right here. Yeah. And I guess that was written by Matt Wadle because he is one of the authors on the paper right there. And this is... Holy cow. You love to see it, don't you? I know I do. A beautiful open access paper. No paywall to keep the public out of the science fair. Very, very cool. Yeah. The origin of an invasive air sac system in sauropodomorph dinosaurs. That's what we were talking about right here with those air sacs and hollows running through the neck vertebrae. These neck vertebrae just full of holes that would link up to the lungs and the air sacs in this dinosaur. We can see the origin here of that in a much earlier sauropodomorph. Very, very cool. Yeah. So one of the most remarkable features in sauropod dinosaurs relates to their pneumatized skeletons permeated by a bird-like air sac system. A bird-like air sac system. Bird-like air sac system. Say that 9 times fast. Many studies describe the late evolution and diversification of this trait in the mid to late Mesozoic forms, but few focused on the origin of the invasive respiratory diverticula in sauropodomorphs. Fortunately, it is possible to solve this thanks to the boom of new species described in the last decade, as well as the broad accessibility of new technologies. So by actually scanning these vertebrae, you can figure out, holy cow, how hollow they are by scanning them in something like a CT scanner. And that's pretty neat because, shoot, I get this question all the time here on Twitch. I do science outreach here on Twitch 5 days a week. And Twitch tends to be a platform with a lot of very tech-savvy people. If you're here watching Twitch, chances are you know a thing or two about some modern technologies, and you're interested in them. That's... Normally, when I'm talking about, like, digging up dinosaurs or something, and people ask me, what kind of cool technologies do you have to discover dinosaurs in the field? It's like, well, we still got the same technology we've always had, the old Mark I eyeball. We don't have ground-penetrating radar. We don't have scanning technology. We don't have some sort of fossil-finding algorithm. Nothing like that. You go out and you look. You look at the ground. That's how we find dinosaurs. The other methods just don't work, for the most part. But in studying dinosaurs, modern technologies can actually yield really interesting results, and one of those is in scanning the vertebrae of sauropods to look for those pneumaticities in there, which is really, really cool. So yeah, the broad accessibility of new technologies like CT scanning can help us understand these animals. And how are the air sacs filled? TJ Nito? That's the cool part. They're not. They were filled with air. You know? Oh, you mean how were they filled with air? They're hooked up to the lungs. Yeah, just like in modern birds, you know? Oh yeah. Yeah. And yeah, mustard bottles. There's some technology right there, Plockman's mustard. There you go. Would they have a diaphragm? No. Not like a mammal, TJ Nito. Let's talk about that, actually. Let's talk about the avian respiratory system. Yeah. There we go. Let's try and find a good video about that. Let's try this right here, maybe.
How do birds breathe?
How do birds breathe?
The respiratory system is very different than ours. The trachea delivers the air from outside into the respiratory system.
Yep.
9 air sacs are located within the body cavity.
Looks like a
These
kestrel.
air sacs store air and can expand and contract to move air like bellows.
Yep.
That's important because the lungs themselves are rigid. They cannot move like ours. Glue is cheap.
So bird lungs do not expand and contract. They don't. You know how mammal lungs, we've got a diaphragm, and our lungs are kind of like balloons. They expand and contract as we breathe in and breathe out. Birds don't work that way. They don't. Again, here, check it out.
Air sacs store air and can expand and contract to move air like bellows.
Yeah.
That's important because the lungs themselves are rigid. They
Lungs are
cannot move
rigid.
like ours. The system is unique because the airflow is unidirectional.
Uh-huh.
Let's watch what happens to one group of air molecules.
Okay.
On an
We've got some really cutting-edge graphics here. Don't you just love it? Ah, this is so good. And it is way more efficient than mammals. Yes, green herring, of course, knows this very, very well. That unidirectional airflow system. The lungs of birds, so much more efficient than that of mammals. Holy cow.
air sacs expand and pull air down the trachea into the posterior air sacs.
Yeah.
On an exhalation, air sacs contract and push air into the lungs, where oxygen is absorbed and replaced by carbon dioxide.
Yep.
On the next inhalation, the air sacs expand, pulling air into the anterior air sacs.
Yep.
And on an exhale, the air sacs contract and push the air back out into the environment.
Very cool stuff. So unlike mammals, where we breathe in, like you see this bird doing right here, who's going to be celebrating 10 gift subs from Iconic Song. Holy cow, you'll see how very, almost explosively efficient. Just really extraordinary. I might want to back away right here.
Iconic Song is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Iconic Song, holy cow, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that iconic song. I really, really do. Thank you very, very much for your support. That is extraordinary. It really is. Thank you, iconic song, for keeping me here on the air. Thanks for helping me pay these bills. Thanks for supporting science in a direct way here on Paleontologizing. Appreciate that iconic song. I really do. Good stuff. We're now at 11 out of 40 gift subs for the day. We are just 29 away from our goal. We'll see if we can get there in the next hour or so. But yeah. We're gonna need another Tinamu. I'm sure that one will be fine, Claire Byrne. But yeah. TJ Nino says, I learned something new today. Yeah. This is why the old canary in the coal mine thing works, Nolo. Yes, indeed. It's because birds, given that they have got a much more efficient respiratory system, they're also maybe a little bit more vulnerable to, toxic gases and stuff like that in the air. Because they breathe more deeply than we do. When we, as mammals, when we breathe in, our lungs expand, and then they contract like a bellows. With birds, the air goes in, and then it goes into an air sac. And while they're doing that, they breathe in a second time. And that air comes in, it moves out of that air sac, the first air moves in, and then a bird will take 3 breaths before it actually expels its first breath. Air is coming in and out like a U. Like a U-bend like that. With mammals, it goes in, and then it goes out the same path it came in. And that's not a super efficient way of breathing.
I do call myself an expert in dinosaur studies.
Do you, Count Zero? Well, after 6 months, I think you might be getting there. Count Zero, thank you for the 6 months of support. I really appreciate that. I really do. Thank you. Yeah.
Not move like ours. The system.
And when I hit the soundboard buttons, that moved us around a bit here. But yeah, there we go.
There's always fresh air flowing through.
Hang on.
And pulling air into the anterior air sacs.
Yeah.
And on an exhale, the air sacs contract and push the air back out into the environment.
Yeah, but this, I think she'll illustrate it a little bit better, but this is like a constant cycle. It's like a conveyor belt where you've always got new oxygen coming in. With us as mammals, we breathe in and then we breathe out. And so during the exhale, our cells aren't getting any oxygen. With birds, they inhale and they inhale and they inhale, and while they're inhaling, that air is kind of coming around and going out, and it's just they're constantly oxygenating their cells. That's part of what it means to be a flying animal, is you need to get a lot of oxygen to your cells. Flying is a very energy-intensive activity. Your cells need a lot of oxygen to be able to keep up that level of strenuous activity. When you're flapping your wings, your cells need oxygen. And so birds, inheriting this really cool respiratory system from dinosaurs, birds, they had a big leg up. They had a big advantage in being able to oxygenate their cells, because dinosaurs first evolved this system, and birds just inherited this. This is an evolutionary hand-me-down from birds' dinosaur ancestors. And the cool thing is we can actually see that in dinosaur fossils. We can see the hollows in their vertebrae. We can see the pneumaticity in their bones. That shows that even before birds evolved, dinosaurs already had this really efficient way of breathing, which is pretty cool. Yeah.
In reality, this system constantly has air moving through it.
Yep. Constant conveyor belt.
Through the lungs, making this respiratory system much more efficient than ours.
Yep. There you go. Pretty cool stuff. And I think we had another video. I'll give you a link to this one real quick. I love this little homemade video. That's brilliantly done. Really nice. But, there we go. Yeah.
Thanks to Brilliant for supporting this episode.
Too loud. Sorry. Stop shouting at us, Hank. My goodness. Inside voice. Inside voice. This is an inside stream. Not in the field right now.
Show. Go to brilliant.org/scishow to check out
Anyway.
All right, everybody. Breathe in. Now, let it out. Wow! That was inefficient. We mammals empty our lungs when we breathe out, and that's kind of a waste. During that time, the body doesn't have fresh air to pull oxygen from.
What did I just tell you? There you go. Yeah. Here, I'm going to go run to the little paleontologist room real quick. I will be right back. Going to go, as the kids say, going to go expel some urine. I'll be right back.
Dinosaurs breathed very differently. We're pretty sure they had unidirectional airflow. So T-Rex and its dinosaur buddies probably had cooler lungs than you. And their feathered cousins alive today still breathe this way, an adaptation which helps them dominate the skies. Unidirectional airflow works a little something like this. When a bird breathes in, it doesn't fill up its lungs. It fills up air sacs around its lungs instead. This air then moves into its lungs when it breathes out. So all the old air is replaced by this fresh external stash. That means the lungs are never waiting for the next breath of oxygen-rich air. If we could get our lungs to breathe like this, we would probably upgrade our athletic performance considerably. After all, we would eliminate the oxygen-lacking exhalation step, and getting more oxygen is the whole point of doing physiological hacks like blood doping. And at first, that's why biologists thought birds evolved this neat trick, because the constant supply of oxygen gave them a wing up for flight. But there's a problem with this idea. Alligators, also crocodiles and certain iguanas, and monitor lizards. Turns out lots of animals breathe unidirectionally, and many of them do not fly. As biologists have figured out these species breathe this way, they've grown less confident about why it evolved in the first place, or even when. Since it's found in birds, crocodilians, and some lizards, it's possible that unidirectional flow evolved over 310 million years ago.
Yeah.
The common ancestor of all those groups.
Pretty cool.
As a way of helping this early reptilian clear out its lungs. When we breathe, some old air tends to be left behind, and when we sit still or aren't breathing deeply, even more air tends to linger, which isn't awesome because it can take up valuable space, leading to less oxygen per breath.
That can lead to less oxygen going to your brain, too. You know, for people who do yoga, we've probably got some people in chat who do yoga, and it's a lot of, like, deep breathing and stuff. You know, that's not woo-woo stuff. That's based in reality. You know, being able to breathe, take deep breaths helps oxygenate your cells better. So yeah, yes indeed. That's got basis in reality. Very cool.
Were pretty sedentary, like many are today. This lingering air issue could have been a problem for them, maybe even enough of one that they evolved a way to shove it all out. But unidirectional breathing has only been found in a couple of lizards, so it's possible lizards evolved it independently of birds and crocs, an example of convergent evolution. That could bump the origin of unidirectional breathing to when just those groups last shared an ancestor about 250 million years ago. And that's right around the Permian extinction, the largest mass extinction in Earth's history. It was bad enough that scientists often just call it the Great Dying. And it just so happens that at this time, the amount of oxygen in the air dropped dramatically. So some experts think unidirectional breathing helped keep this lineage of reptiles from suffocating, which could either explain how they made it through or why the trait evolved. Whether it was 250 or 310 million years ago, though, it's pretty clear that one-way breathing appeared long before birds took to the skies. Still, it helps them dominate.
We've got it in dinosaurs.
Now. Sure, there are flying mammals, namely bats, but on the whole, they can't fly as high or as far as birds.
So yeah, shoot, that is really important. Somebody was asking about this earlier. How do bats manage to fly when they don't have this respiratory system? And the answer is not very well compared to birds. Bats have got a significant disadvantage in that regard. They can't fly nearly as well or as high or as long as birds. To my knowledge, there are no bats that will migrate across continents, you know, as they're through the seasons and stuff like that. Bats tend to kind of stick close to where they are. They don't have like enormous seasonal migrations. They're not flying down from Canada
blabbermouth who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends.
Okay.
I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things.
GS Improved, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I hope your attitude towards science is a little more amenable than that. But thank you for the follow. But yeah, they make very short trips indeed, TJ Nito. Yeah. Bats are typically not migrating across whole continents. Very few of them, I would actually wager none of them, are migrating from, say, northern Canada down to the southern tip of South America and back every year. Yeah. Longest bird migration. There we go. Neat little infographic here. Very small. Oh boy. Yeah, and GS Improved. No worries, GS Improved. I made those alerts. It's not your fault. I appreciate you. Thank you for following. Seriously. But yeah. Arctic terns can fly 60,000 miles in a year. That's insane. Why? You're not gonna see a bat doing anything at all similar to that. So yeah, a sooty shearwater, 40,000 miles, 64,000 kilometers in a given year. Really incredible. Bats can't do this. They don't have that. In part because of their less efficient breathing, they can't sustain this kind of activity for that long, So yeah. You would hate to see their insurance premiums, Stavros. Yeah. Anyway, very cool stuff. Adelie penguins swim 11,000 miles in a year? Is that correct? That's nuts. They're not even flying, they're swimming. Holy moly. Yeah. That's pretty crazy. Well, here is a link to this article if you'd like to see it for yourself. Trust but verify, right? Bats would need a lot of airline points to catch up. There you go, Tommy Platicus. Yeah. And do terns go pole to pole? I assume they must. What other kind of migration? Unless they're flying around the equator several times every year, which I don't think Arctic terns are circumnavigating the equator numerous times in a year. They've got to be flying pole to pole, yeah. That's nuts. That's really nuts. And I'll see you later, Afro Bandit Girl. You sleep well or do whatever you're gonna do. I hope to see you next time sometime soon. You have a great day, Afro Bandit Girl. Yeah. And yeah, that's right. Round trip around the Earth is only 25,000 miles. Arctic terns. Wait. What's going on with them? What's the deal there? Arctic tern. Laridae, so they're in the same family as gulls. They look like this. We've got terns kind of similar to this where I live in the San Francisco Bay Area. We have famously the least tern, which nests on the island of Alameda. And we've got Forster's tern as well. Or Foster's tern? I always forget. Foster's. Forster's. Australian for birds. But yeah. The species of Arctic tern is strongly migratory, seeing 2 summers each year as it migrates along a convoluted route from its northern breeding grounds to the Antarctic coast for the southern summer, and then back again about 6 months later. So I guess these birds are migrating 60,000 miles in a year because they don't fly in a straight line. It's not as the crow flies, it's as the tern flies. And I guess, I'm sure that's not why they're called terns, because they take frequent turns, but apparently they take frequent turns. Yeah. That's crazy. These are by far the longest migrations known in the animal kingdom. The Arctic tern nests 1 every 3. Okay, yeah. But yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. They just can't fly directly straight. I've seen them fly directly straight. At least I've seen Forster's terns fly directly straight. So yeah. Yeah. Very cool. And look at that migratory route. That's insane. What's wrong with these birds? Why are they... That's super cool. It's super cool. You know? Yeah. 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 Side trips for snacks, says Jody Fish. I guess they like to fly along the coast. They're not flying inland because they are ocean birds. And they actually, I've seen them fish before. They'll dive into the water to catch fishes. So I guess that's why they can't fly through the interior of, say, North America, South America, or Africa. They've got to fly kind of along the coast, and they probably got to stick close to the coasts because that's when you find the most prey. You don't find the most prey in the open ocean. You got to go to shallower areas that are more productive, more biodiverse, because terns catch their food by doing this. Yeah. Here we go. Here is a common tern diving in slow motion. Check this out. So they will actually dive into the water to catch their fishy prey. I think they also eat squids. Yeah. Very cool. Minimal splash upon entry. I know, right, Blimp? That's impressive. It really is. And if you got a fish there, tell us you got something. I think it's like 1 out of every 3 dives they actually catch something, but it looks like, oh, nope, maybe not. Nothing? Nothing. There. Let's look at this. Here's a common tern fishing from the Cornell Lab of Ornithology. Yeah, so they've got more rapid wing beats than gulls do, and they've got skinnier jaws. And they can also, like, hover in place like that. It's pretty cool. It's a lot of fun to watch terns when they're fishing. They are pretty neat critters. You can see what adept flyers they are. It's no wonder these critters can make it all the way from the North Pole to the South Pole, basically. Or they could if they wanted to. There's nothing at the South Pole for them to eat. But they'll live along the coast of Antarctica in like, you know, November to January probably. And then they'll go north during the boreal summer. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Yeah. Oof. Fatality. Yowza. Hey. Mikey Likes, thank you for the 24 months of support. Really appreciate that, Mikey Likes. Thank you for keeping me here on the air for the past 24 months. That is extraordinary. It really is. Thank you. So yeah, that's almost a year. Yeah, exactly, Mikey Likes. 24 months. And Matt Pie says Arctic terns have quite short legs compared to other terns. You could see they don't use them much. Is that right? Let's take a look. Arctic tern. Look at those tiny little legs. Seriously, they're like barely there. That's nuts. Look at those tiny little wimpy legs. Now let's look at, say, is it Forster's tern or Foster's tern? Let's figure this out. Forster's tern. There we go. And look how much longer their legs are. They spend a lot more time on the ground. So it would make sense that they would have longer legs than our puny little Arctic tern legs. They spend so much time in the air that they barely even need legs anymore. That's evolution in action, baby. How cool is that? Very cool. Matt Pye, thank you so much for pointing that out. That's really, really neat. Yeah. It's very, very cool. Yeah. And Pete Seeger write a song about them? I would look that up, but that would get DMCA'd for sure, St. Louis Mo. I don't know. Yeah. And is the sooty tern the same as an Arctic tern by a different name? I think they're probably different, Nolo. Let's look them up on the Tree of Life. Yeah. Yeah. Arctic tern. There we go. Yeah. Oh, wait, was it a joke? Turn. Oh, yeah. Okay, I know what you mean. Oh, goodness. Yeah. Yeah. Let me find this real quick. Let's see here. Oh, we're golden. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. Oh, hang on. Why is it not playing? There we go. Talking about terns. Terns. It's not even Thursday Birds Day. And look at us here. Yeah. Arctic tern. Sooty tern. Wow. There you go. Yeah. Let's look up least tern. Right there. Yeah. Very nice. You've got the yellow-billed tern. You've got the little tern. And you've got the fairy tern. Tern. Least tern? Large-billed tern. Gull-billed tern. Caspian tern. Kerguelen tern. River tern. So many terns. Peruvian terns. Whiskered terns. Fat terns. Skinny terns. Terns that climb on rocks. Tough terns. Sissy terns. Terns that got chickenpox. Yeah. Lots of terns, indeed, Amelia Bedelia. Yes. And the Caspian tern is the biggest tern. Is that right, Green Herring? The Caspian tern. Right over here. Who is far larger than... the least tern, whom I'm trusting the common name here. It probably is the smallest tern, isn't it? Yeah. It's Tuesday Terns Day. There you go, Pendrake. Yeah. Let's look at the Audubon field guide here. Look at that beautiful bird. Yeah, several populations are endangered. Yeah, on coast, nesting areas are often disturbed by beachgoers. Yeah, and it's our smallest tern, says Audubon. Our smallest tern? Who says it's yours? Maybe they mean in North America. What is the smallest tern species? The least tern is the smallest in North America. But what about worldwide? Yeah. Let's see. It is a small tern. I wonder if it is the smallest in the world. But anyway. And power is back. Claire Burr, your power went out? I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad it's back, Claire Burr. Yeah. Yeah. Terns. Such cool animals. Let's see if I can find you a video here. A video. Endangered bird species, California least tern. Let's take a look at that. Yeah.
Hi guys, I'm Kristen, and I'm out here at Oso Flaco Lake, which is part of the California State Park.
Ah.
I am...
And hang on. Oso. ¿Qué es un oso? It's a bear, right? Doesn't oso mean bear? Oso flaco. Does that mean skinny bear? Oso flaco. ¿Cómo se dice flaco en inglés? I think that means skinny bear, right? Yeah. Anyway, I was thinking, maybe, does oso mean owl? No, that's búho in Espanol. Anyway, I'm pretty sure Oso Flaco means skinny bear lake. Yeah.
Here at Oso Flaco Lake, which is part of the California Park System. And today, I am
there you go, Claire. Yeah.
Bird sightings, and I've just come across
skinny bear. There we go. Thank you, Space Isaac. Thank you.
Species called the California least tern. Would you get a closer look at this bird? Well, today I've brought with me a set of binoculars, and we're going to use these to get a closer look.
Ooh, let's look through.
Of these binoculars, we can see.
We got the host with the most and the tern that's least. The least tern. Very cool.
View of the California least tern. Although, how can we tell for sure this bird is in fact a California least tern?
You can tell by how it
It has a
is.
few unique characteristics and markings to help us identify it. Let's take a few seconds and see if you can spot some of their unique characteristics.
Are you spotting those unique characteristics right now, chat? You better be. Spot those characteristics. You get them.
What characteristics did you spot?
Good job. Wow. Qué rico, chata. Very nice. Claro que sí. This is turning into Dora the Explorer here. Can you spot those unique characteristics? Que bueno.
It's the black cap on top of their head, or maybe you saw their yellow bill or spotted their gray wings with a black outer edge. All of these unique markings help us to determine that this bird is truly a California least tern.
Yeah. You can tell based on how it is.
California least tern. Let's get a 360 view from where we have spotted this bird.
Yeah, an abandoned one. Jody Fish, yeah, makes an interesting point right there. Look right there, and this bird is being monitored. It's wearing an ankle monitor right there. Or, as we would say in the ornithological world, a band. It's got a little number printed on there. Probably alphanumeric. And, yeah, that's how we keep track of these birds. That's how ornithologists and wildlife biologists, not necessarily paleontologists, keep track of these birds. But, yeah, that means this bird had been captured. So, yeah. Turns on probation. There you go, Blimp. Yeah. My canary is banned, but was told not to remove it because it would know. Yeah, they definitely know Amelia Bedelia. Yes, indeed. Yeah. I was gonna ask if it was the band that gave it away as being from California. I mean, it would help. Certainly, because records would show that this bird was probably banded in California, but yeah.
California least tern.
Yeah.
Before we learn more about
Prison hardware. There you go, Gimpleg, yeah.
360 view from where we have
You get from the old Gray Bar Hotel. Yeah. Yeah.
spotted this bird here at Osoflaco Lake.
Hope this music's DMCA safe. I'm trusting the Oceano Dunes District California State Parks on this.
California least terns are an endangered species who nest on the coast of California. They are seasonal birds who spend their time along the California coast from April to September for the breeding and nesting seasons. The nesting habitat locations of these birds span from San Francisco to Baja California. During the winter months, they will leave California for locations in Central and South America.
Wow. Holy cow.
California least terns prefer nesting habitats located along the beach in open spaces and away from vegetation. Nests are constructed with ocean debris such as pebbles and shells and typically hold 2 eggs. California least terns build nests in colonies with other California least terns. A typical colony is about 25 pairs of California least terns.
Very, very cool. Here, there was an old video that we had that I feel like I've showed before that was... Holy cow, where was it? But right near where I live, in, yeah, in the East Bay. Is it here? Let's see. Yeah, this is it, I think. Good stuff. Yeah. Take a look. Here's a nesting colony of least terns at Alameda Point Wildlife Refuge.
California least terns spend the winter in Central America, and every April they migrate to California for their nesting season. Beaches have been a traditional nesting habitat, but human encroachment on coastal areas has led them to search for nesting sites in unexpected places, like military runways, a space with...
like military runways. Yeah, at the old Alameda Naval Base, a naval air station in Alameda, which is now no longer used by the military, thankfully, for these birds. And welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing.
Wide open sight lines, similar to beaches. The old runway area of Alameda Point is one of the areas where these endangered birds come to nest. Their 10-acre nest site, chosen by them while Navy aircraft were actively using the runways, is on a 549-acre area that is set aside for a wildlife refuge.
That's really funny. I was just here today. I went and got In-N-Out Burger with Snail Chaser, who dropped by my apartment earlier, and I did some 3D printing for him. And we were just here. We were like probably a few hundred meters from this site. Pretty cool.
The proposed wildlife refuge is awaiting a permanent management authority and development of a public access program during the non-nesting season. The nesting site here at...
And you can see there's San Francisco off in the background. There is the Transamerica Pyramid. There's the Bay Bridge right there. There is the big, what is it, Bank of America building, I think? This is actually notably before Salesforce Tower went up there, which is now the tallest building in San Francisco. But anyway, Alameda is a little island kind of between Oakland and San Francisco. And you can actually see the San Francisco Financial District right there.
At Alameda Point is supervised by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service under contract with the Navy, the current owners. They receive assistance from volunteers on maintenance tasks prior to the
I got to see about if I can help with
that. They also receive assistance with the Tern Watch program that monitors the behavior of the terns and alerts the fish and wildlife biologists.
And the stink of my Rhea are, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Sting, it's good to have you here. And what do you order at In-N-Out? Places are big into meat. I get a grilled cheese at In-N-Out Burger, and it is brilliant. It's basically like a cheeseburger, but they also add tomatoes and grilled onions and stuff. No hamburger patty. I usually get 2 of those. And it is one of my favorite foods in the world. It's really good. I always look forward to that. So yeah, I grew up with In-N-Out Burger back before I was vegetarian, and anyway, I still really enjoy going there. It's good stuff. Yeah.
Just if predators, like red-tailed hawks, are hovering overhead. Leora Feeney is with Friends of the Alameda Wildlife Refuge, a committee of the Golden Gate Audubon Society.
Yeah.
She's been a regular volunteer for over
I've probably met her before, actually.
Well, what we're doing here today is mending what we call the chick fence, and we put a fine mesh fence along.
Gotta have a chick fence. Gotta have a chick fence.
Larger fence, so that chicks can't escape the colony area. If they get out of the colony area, it's really hard to keep track of them. We don't know what our success rates are. And it has to be done every year, replacing parts of the fence that have been damaged or dried out from sun damage.
You know, why don't they use like a fine chicken wire for this? They're using plastic that's going to be degraded by UV, something they're going to have to replace every year because it'll get cracked and destroyed by, by sunlight. Why don't they switch from plastic to just a fine metal chicken wire or something? Oh, boy. I don't know. Yeah.
That's our task for today.
Leora Feeney goes on to explain the use of oyster shells on the nesting site.
Oh, very cool.
At today's work party, we'll be putting oyster shells back onto the sandy substrate of the colony. They're removed so that we can level the wind and rain-sculpted sand after winter. Years ago, we got some shells from Johnson Oyster Company at Point Reyes to make the site look more like a beach. But we realized it might serve more than an aesthetic purpose. We found that the shells made finding the birds more difficult. We would see movement, but when trying to find the bird, the randomly scattered shells confused our search. We thought it might be the same for predators. In addition, we found that young birds would snuggle next to the larger shells, perhaps for cover or wind protection. So we decided to bring more shells to the site for biological reasons as well.
Due to the slope of the...
Interesting. So they're like, well, shoot, when we're looking for these birds with our binoculars, if there's anything white next to them, it makes them much harder to spot. Like, which white things are birds and which white things are shells. And they're like, well, shoot, these birds keep getting picked off. These endangered birds keep getting picked off by predators. What if we scatter a bunch of oyster shells all over the place? It might make it a little bit harder for predators to pick them off so easily. And might help their survival rates, which is really interesting. Yeah.
Nesting site and the underlying pavement, rains can wash away sand and gravel below the fence. This can create a hazard for young chicks who may get caught in or under the fence and perish. A volunteer work party did some last-minute repair work where recent heavy rains undermined the fence.
On one of our work parties, we were weeding outside the least tern colony on the tarmac. And
what's that?
While removing the weeds, we were bringing up the roots and exposing soil and insects. And at the end of the morning, we saw the rarely seen in urban environments horned larks coming into.
I've never seen a horned lark in my whole life in the wild. That's nuts. That's so cool. Holy moly. Very cool. Very, very cool.
Feed on the insects exposed by our weeding.
Wow. Very cool. Yeah.
Looking out for the welfare of the terns goes beyond the nesting area. It means surveying the surrounding landscape for predators like the burrowing owl prior to the nesting season.
Burrowing owls have interesting hunting strategies. We think of them as coming in the evening or at night and flying and catching their prey. But much to my surprise, I happened to witness burrowing owls inside the least tern colony.
Wow.
Quite a number of years ago now. Actually being on the ground and running, and while running, flushing least terns up and then catching them. And one burrowing owl or a nesting pair of burrowing owls can wreak havoc for a whole season of least tern.
And the stink. Don't get me started on the overuse of plastic. Oh boy, yeah.
So we do monitor the burrowing owls very carefully, make sure we know where they are, and hope that that they all depart before the least terns arrive.
Isn't that cool, Matt Pie? Yeah.
A burrowing owl should stay through the season, and it should prey on least terns. There would be a need to relocate that burrowing owl, have a trapping effort.
Shoot.
And the Fish and Wildlife Service does its absolute best to do everything without damaging the burrowing owl or its family.
A U.S. Fish and
So I guess, shoot, in the grand scheme of things, burrowing owls are certainly worth protecting, but least terns are kind of a higher conservation priority. So it's like, if burrowing owls move in and they start eating your least terns, those burrowing owls might have to get relocated, you know? They're not going to have to go, you know, upstate to live on the farm with grandma, if you know what I mean. But they will get relocated to a new location. Interesting. Very interesting.
Wildlife biologist explains more about the burrowing owls during last year's bus tour to the nesting site.
And we get them here, and they're here in the winter, and they all magically disappear.
One interesting dinosaur, Dave. I didn't know that.
They go migrate somewhere else. But this particular year, 2006, they decided to set up shop. And they were over by Seaplane Lagoon, as a matter of fact, and they had chicks, and they needed food. The Terns supermarket was right here.
So a couple of them are sitting with their backs up. Does that mean that they're
probably sitting on eggs? Yeah. So you see that bird that just flapped the wings? Yeah. There's an adult, 2 adults. Look inside that little egg tray.
There you go. There's a little baby right there. In that little shelter. Very cool.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
Very cool.
Yeah, we're still seeing mating going on.
Feeding fishes to that little baby. Oh, that's beautiful. I love that.
You guys saw the courtship displays I showed you.
I'll turn the volume down a little bit. It's a little too loud. But isn't that cool? Holy cow. These modern dinosaurs. Very, very cool.
Did they have a chick?
Very neat indeed.
Where the heck's my kid? They have to find that kid. And they're flying around so they can hear that kid when the kid comes running.
Huh.
Here at Alameda Point, the terns often share their nesting site with a few killdeer.
Huh. So killdeer, famously, killdeer, these little kind of shorebirds. And they are, little known fact, killdeer are called killdeer because that's exactly what they do. Panda Manda, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. These little birds about this big, one of these can kill and eat about 6 to 8 deer every single day. Did you know that? Holy moly. No, that's a lie. They're called that because of their call, which sounds like killdeer, something like that. Anyway, but they're little stilty kind of water birds. They're cool. Yeah. Now that's a high metabolism, exactly, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah. But yeah. So they've got killdeer here too. Very cool. Yeah.
A few killdeer. Killdeer also lay their eggs directly on the ground, as seen here in April of this year, prior to the...
Spot the eggs. Can you spot the eggs? Where are they, chat? They must be over here, right? Or over here. Is that an egg right there? Where are they? I want everybody to shout at their screens. This is like Dora the Explorer again. Where are... ¿Dónde está los huevos? Are they here, chat? ¿Dónde están? Yeah, definitely not directly in the middle. Iconic song. Yeah, there they are right there. Very well camouflaged. Killdeer eggs. Very, very cool. Shoot. That's some remarkable camouflage right there.
Terns starting their nesting.
Yeah.
Killdeer
Muy
have taken a
bien.
liking to the old runway pavement, where they find it easy to hide among the weeds. Nearby waters, such as the Seaplane Lagoon, the channel to the Alameda Point Wharf, and Crab Cove, are where the terns go to catch small fish for their young. The annual bus tour to view the
Están en
nesting
La
terns is
Playa?
always popular.
Claro que sí,
It leaves from the
Kennedy.
Crab Cove Visitors Center in Alameda. This year's tour is on June 16th. You can sign up for the tour on the East Bay Regional Park District's website or at Crab Cove.
Very cool. Here's a link to this video. It's only got 11 likes. Of course, it came out a long time ago. But, yeah, what a lovely little video. Came out 10 years ago. Thank you, Mark Eisenberg, for your narration. He's got a good voice. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. So terns, I don't know how we got to talking about terns, but they are very cool fish-eating birds. And, well, yeah. Birds, of course, are theropod dinosaurs. Do you want to know what another fish-eating theropod dinosaur is? How about a spinosaurid? Holy cow. This group of dinosaurs that I'm currently working to get published. This has been a long-running project for me. Holy cow, we've got a video here? No, wait, really? Wow, wowza. Hang on. Wait, pause. How do I pause this? Where's the controls? Here, let's translate to English first. Ah! I guess I'll have to refresh the page. But first, let me tell you a thing or two about spinosaurids. Spinosaurids are, you know, despite what people might tell you online, spinosaurids are actually the most interesting and coolest of dinosaurs. They're a little prickly. No, they're way cooler than that. A stink. Spinosaurids include the most grand of all theropod dinosaurs, the biggest meat-eating dinosaurs that ever lived, like Spinosaurus, or like this Baryonyx from England. These are really interesting, they're unique dinosaurs in being specially adapted for eating fishes, which is really, really cool. There are, let's see. I don't actually know if I have a book to show you right off the bat. Oh, wait, here we go. Yeah. We've known for a long time that these dinosaurs here ate fishes. They've got these long, crocodile-like jaws. They've got these powerful forelimbs that are tipped with these big, robust claws. And here in Dougal Dixon's old illustrated dinosaur encyclopedia, you see one kind of flipping a sturgeon into the air so it can eat it. Either that or it's performing a rude gesture at this fish who happens to be jumping overhead. I suppose that's up to the viewer to interpret as she sees fit. But anyway, for a long time we've known that these animals were... There's a general consensus that's formed that they were fish-eating animals. But how in the world does an animal like this end up catching fish? This is a project that I've been working on for a long time, and it is getting very close to the time that we can publish it, which I'm very excited about. But yeah, anyway, really cool group of dinosaurs, but the thing about spinosaurids is that they're very rare. They only exist for a fairly short time during the age of dinosaurs. When we look at the chronostratigraphic chart, here, let's go down to the age of dinosaurs here, the Mesozoic. So spinosaurids seem to show up in the fossil record. Shoot, the earliest spinosaurids we have, I think, are like Barremian? About 125 million years old, something like that. Shoot, I should know this off the top of my head, but I need to review this. And then they exist until the Cenomanian, and then they go extinct. They're a very short-lived group of dinosaurs. But during that time, some of them achieve massive sizes. I just got this in the mail today. This is an old copy of National Geographic. Move over, T-Rex. The quest for the biggest, baddest predator on Earth. You know, Spinosaurus. Spinosaurus itself gets a lot of attention. It is a carnivorous dinosaur even larger than Tyrannosaurus. And, yeah. Spinosaurids are here for but a fleeting moment. They get very big, they get very weird, they get very cool, and they die out. And we've got very scant material from them. There's never on Earth been found a complete Spinosaurid skeleton. What catastrophe killed them? Probably dropping sea levels, Pendrake. Yeah. Climate change is probably what did them in. At the end of the Cenomanian. But, Spinosauridae. Here we go. Yeah. These critters are, super, super interesting. And they're known from fairly fragmentary material. We know that some of them got very, very large. Potentially the biggest meat-eating dinosaurs that ever lived. But each one of these that you see here is based on just a partial skeleton. We don't have a lot of material from these animals. So any last little bit of material that we find is extraordinarily important. And here we have got the most complete Spinosaurid dinosaur in the Iberian Peninsula, found in Egea. This is in Spain. The Iberian Peninsula encompasses Spain and Portugal. And here, holy cow, we've got new Spinosaurid material, which is a huge deal. There are certain parts of Spinosaurid skeletons that we've never found a single piece of. For instance, the wrists of Spinosaurids, to my knowledge, are completely unknown, which is actually kind of really pertinent to my own paper on these guys. Yeah. The Garas team recovers an almost entire arm and other bones from the unique species of carnivorous dinosaur. Very, very cool. Very nice. Yeah. And this looks like the site right here where they found this thing. They're digging it up. Extraordinarily exciting. Man, there's not been a good new Spinosaur dug up for probably close to 10 years now. We've got some little scraps, just bits and pieces from the UK. We've got a few pieces from Portugal, I think, but now, holy cow, we've got something big, which is very cool. So 120 million years ago in the Lower Cretaceous, La Rioja, which is a region in Spain, was not an inland land with a pleasant landscape of vineyards and rugged mountains. Europe then had a shape of an archipelago, and Egea was located on the edge of a lacustrine region, so lots of inland lakes, full of marshes and vegetation, with abundant fresh water and a certain contribution of saltwater too. This is all translated from Spanish, so it's going to sound a little bit awkward, you know? But that's okay. Yeah. Yeah. The fauna of that time was dominated by spinosaurids, carnivorous dinosaurs, theropods. They spelled theropods wrong? Oh boy. That settled on the shores of lakes and fed on fish, turtles, and crocodiles, perhaps also on carrion. On, like, carcasses, dead meat. The hollow bones of these theropods, spelled it wrong again, are fragile and difficult to find, and that is one of the reasons that explains the excitement with which the latest findings from the excavations have been underway in Egea for 5 years were presented yesterday at the Sagasta Institute in Logroño. It is one of the most complete carnivorous dinosaurs on the peninsula, and if we talk about Spinosaurids, there is nothing like it. We've seen scapulae, shoulder blades, and Teruel in Portugal, but the other bones are unpublished. To see such an arm, we would have to go to London, to the Natural History Museum. This is Pachi Saiz Benito honorary director of the La Rioja Paleontological Interpretation Center in Igea. On the stage of the auditorium rested the bones of the arm and a recreation of the limb, which ended in 3 claws of different sizes. This was a specimen of almost 3 meters high and 8 long, a formidable predator with 1.5 tons of body mass. Imagine what a brown beast. I don't know what that means in Spanish. Kind of an awkward translation here, but you get it. Yeah. This animal cuts off your head with a blow of its claw. Says Benito graphically. Yeah, graphic indeed. Oh, and we got a video here? Shoot. Let's take a look. Let me turn up that volume. And, hold on to your butts. Let's see if this is any good. Take a look. Look at that. Holy moly. Look at that huge humerus, radius ulna. And they don't, again, shoot no carpal material. We don't have any wrist bones. That's frustrating. But these are beautiful. Look at that claw. Holy cow, this is like the claw of baryonyx. Holy moly. This claw right here. Look how similar that is. In fact, shoot, is that... I guess that's an original. It's almost identical. Although, note that the groove does maybe appear a little bit higher. That blood groove right there. It might actually be a little bit higher on this critter than it is on this one, but it could be individual variation, who knows. But yeah, look at that claw. Pretty cool, right? So this is a claw, my 3D print of baryonyx's claw, printed life-size. And keep in mind, this is only the bony core. This is just the bone part of the claw. In life, this would have been covered by a material called keratin, kind of like your fingernails, or I don't know. Those of you who have cats at home, you know how you have to trim your cat's claws before they get too long? You're trimming the keratin. You're not trimming into the bone, you know? Sometimes you might find a shed cat claw in your home. You know, it's a big sheath that kind of fits over that bony core. So the actual, you know, imagine a keratinous sheath fitting over this. It significantly lengthens and sharpens the claw. Yeah, pretty amazing, right? So yeah, something to think about. Here we go. Take a look at that claw. That is nuts. Another claw, another manual ungule, very cool. So this does show that the second and third claws a little bit shorter, and there's a recreation of the forelimb. Look at how robust and beefy this is. Holy cow. So I tried to capture this in my own baryonyx sculpt that I did. This is a sculpture that I did, a digital sculpt. I did this live on stream. And then 3D printed it last year. But yeah, big beefy arms on this critter. This is not an animal you would want to get into an arm wrestling match with. Look at that musculature on those arms. And holy cow, look at those claws. Yeah. And that is precisely what we see here in this model. Very, very cool. Really nice. Yeah. Holy cow. Beautiful forelimb there. Just gorgeous. So the excavations at Igea are carried out by the Garas team, a brigade that includes paleontologists, geologists, biologists, and enthusiastic hobbyists. They take volunteers too. Very cool. Yeah. La Rioja already occupies an important place on the world map of dinosaur footprints, but we wanted to also occupy it on the map of the remains. Body fossils is what they mean there. We've been digging since 2018, and have been lucky to find important spinosaurid remains, he noted. This year has been very unique. Again, translation error. In English, you would never use this phrase, very unique. Unique is a superlative. Something can't be very unique. It either is unique or it's not. You know? Unique means there's only one, there's nothing like it. Something can't be very unique. It's like somebody being very pregnant. But anyway, in addition to the almost complete arm that was presented to the society on Friday, skull bones, teeth, skeletal elements, parts of the leg, femur, tibia, metatarsals, and remains of the pelvis were found. The skull is reminiscent of that of crocodiles. The teeth were conical, straight, and with grooves, adds Pereda. That fluting that we see on spinosaur teeth. Ah! Oh, this is so cool. Yeah. There is nothing similar in the Iberian Peninsula, and very few similar records in the world. And if that were not enough, the fossil material of the fauna and flora of the same period has also been found: bony fish, tree ferns, and coprolites, which is fossilized dung. Fossil poop, which is extremely important for understanding an ancient ecosystem. Really cool stuff. And here is a reconstruction of that Spinosaurid. They give it such skinny little arms. Why? Man, it's got hugely robust arms. Ah. But yeah. So Spinosaurids we've got from Europe, from North Africa, from Asia, South America, and potentially from Australia too. The only continents we don't have Spinosaurids from yet are Antarctica and North America. And it might just be a matter of time until we find them in North America. But, anyway, yeah. Very ultimate. There you go, Kojira, yes. But yeah, Spinosaurids. Very, very cool. The Igea Paleontological Interpretation Center exhibits the left rear extremity of a similar Spinosaurid, recovered a few years ago in a very close site, the Virgen del Vilar 1. At first, it was thought that it could be a Baryonyx, a species described in England in the late 80s. I think it was 1983, actually, that Baryonyx was described. The monograph was... Oh, no, maybe... No, actually, hang on. That was 87, wasn't it? The monograph came out in 97. Anyway. However, Pereda and his team believe that it is actually a new species, closely related to the Baryonyx, but with some bone differences, for example, in the claws. We are going to make a proposal for a new genus and species. We're going to have a new Spinosaurid taxon. From Spain, it seems. I don't know, this looks remarkably similar to Baryonyx right here. Just remarkably similar. I'm excited to hear about their proposed entapomorphies there. Their differences that they're going to claim between this and Baryonyx is, holy cow, does it look similar. We still cannot say the name, although it will be related to La Rioja. Rioja onyx? Rioja spinus? Spino Rioja? I wonder. I don't know. Yeah. Very cool. There are still many studies to be done. The analyses of the new specimen found will clarify whether we are dealing with another new species of Spinosaurid, or if it fits into a previously known species. What is certain is that, as Pachi Saez Benito says, a jewel of paleontology. It certainly is a jewel of paleontology. This is so cool to have a new Spinosaurid specimen. Holy cow. Extraordinarily rare. There's probably fewer than 10 good Spinosaurid specimens in the entire world. And now we have this one. Actually, let me count on this. This actually might be like number 8. Ah, this is awesome. Yeah. The deposit, located on a stark hillside several kilometers from the municipality, can still throw surprises. We have to go back to extract what is missing, but it will probably end up being the most complete Spinosaurid in the European record, surpassing, holy cow, surpassing the English Baryonyx. That's a big deal. Holy cow. We will return in the summer because this site is truly exceptional, he stressed. This is amazing. Very, very cool. And there's a team there wearing matching t-shirts. Very nice. Very, very cool. I cannot wait to hear more about this. And we've got a commenter here with a good comment. Magnificent news for science, for La Rioja, and for the area. Let's value all our assets. This is a wheel that has started to turn, and we no longer have to let it stop. Bravo. For once, a good internet comment. Right here. Here is the link, and if your browser can translate the language, then go for it. It's originally in Spanish, but Chrome translated it to English for me. Pretty well, I gotta say. So yeah. And Rioja also has some very enjoyable wines. Well, maybe they'll have some new vintages named after a new Spinosaurid. This is super, super cool, and I cannot wait for this thing to get published. I guess this is going to be kind of a race between my publication and theirs. Hopefully, mine's going to be submitted for publication before I leave for the field this summer. But yeah. All in all, very unique. Curtis Pucka. Yeah. Look at that snoot. Look at that. Wowza. Yowza. Hachi. Machi. That's definitely a Spinosaurid. Very nice. So yeah. Extreme uniqueness. It's the most... yeah. Oh boy. Anywho. Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff indeed. And you know what? I think with that being said, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours at this point. It's time for us to wrap this thing up. We will take a look at that video tomorrow, I guess, with Jeff Goldblum talking to some kids about dinosaurs.
Except for the Flintstones. You ever seen the Flintstones?
Yeah. I guess we'll cover that tomorrow. But don't go away, everybody. We are going to go raid into somebody else doing some science outreach here on Twitch. Tomorrow, of course, we're going to be talking about Archaeoraptor, which is kind of a... It's not fun to talk about, but we'll talk about it. A major snafu, a hoax. Not a hoax. Well, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Oh, boy. So make sure you're there for that. We'll talk about Archaeoraptor on the anniversary of its... something. I forget what exactly the anniversary is. But, you'll find out tomorrow. Yeah. Let's go ahead and start to wrap things up here, though. And we'll have, Deinonychus to run our credits over. There we go. Who else is live on Twitch right now whom we might raid into and say hello? And Hoot House livestream. Holy moly. We've got some baby owls to say hello to. Hoot House live stream. Let's go say hello to them. We were talking all about birds today. We're gonna go see some baby owls with cameras inside of a nest box. Let's see some baby owls get fed by their parents. Very, very cool. A strigiologist, an owl scientist there, Basil.
Try blaming the dinosaur.
And thank you, Lilith Hobo. Thank you for those 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you to everybody whose names are showing up here in the credits. From the quietest of lurkers and followers to the most vociferous of chatters, to those of you who supported this stream financially through subscribing or gifting or resubscribing or cheering with bits. Looking at you, Lilith Hobo. Thank you, thank you. To those moderators, like Lenina and Claire and the Mayor of Space, thank you very much for all of your support. I appreciate that more than you know. And thank you, Lordy, for that magnificent raid, too. We're going to go see some living dinosaurs. Some little baby owls on Hoot House livestream. You take care, everybody, and I hope to see you again here 2 p.m. tomorrow on Paleontologizing. It's going to be a fun discussion, I promise. Till then, everybody, you take care of yourselves. Let's go see some owls.